Hello, it's me again. Back with another session of Game Doll. And nothing else, just Game Doll. All day, every day. That's all we're doing today, okay? No. We're doing Off the Devil, as always. Until we're done. Failed to log in? Failed to load Twitch subscriber emotes? Invalid OF token? I gotta log in again. Remove, I gotta add it. Okay, well now I'm like, what's it called? Yeah, I was pretty sure that this was gonna show up on stream and I didn't want it to. Bam, we're back. With a functioning token and everything. Without doxing my account to anyone who would care to watch. Now, what do we got here? This looks... I was gonna say this looks like like Stonehenge, just because I saw stones stacked on each other. This is not Stonehenge. Druid. Greek. Greed. I have no idea what this is. Strategy game, Egypt. Pharaoh. Huh. Really surprised that that's not like civilization. One of the earlier civilizations, maybe? It is a civilization. Which one? I don't know. I see as... Okay, this seems like everything at once, so Beyond Earth? Galactic civilization. Oh, that's a different saga even? Okay, I should have figured that out. Oh my god. Which... Revolution. Which one did I do? I did 3. It's gonna be 2. 4? God damn it. I'm mad. I feel like I should have gotten that one and I didn't because I'm bad. Artwork. 85% Elite Award. 2002. Mad Cause Bad? Exactly. Standard procedure for me, I'm afraid. I have no idea. German? For Xbox? Hercules. GameCube. Xbox version. That's Diablo. Oh, is it Titan Quest? Really? I love that it says only for Xbox, but then it says GameCube and PlayStation 2 there in the corner. I have no idea what this is. Wait. Mythology. Oh, is it Dark... Oh, this is Dark... I was gonna say Descent. Wait, it could be Dark Age of Camelot. I've only seen a little bit of Dark Age of Camelot. It was Creparian's like favorite game. Black Isle. I have no idea what this is. Darkfall. Oh, it's really... It doesn't look like a CRPG at all based on the screenshots. That's my bad. That is my bad. I could maybe have figured that out. I stopped looking at the screen when I started guessing, and even if they gave me more hints, I just stopped looking at them. I was like, I'll figure it out. This is not a good Gamedel for me. Future techie. Looks like it could be a Twevy character, but it's a little bit of the wrong art style. Could be like... What's the... No, it's... I was gonna say, what's the girl's name in Sonic? This could be a gym leader as well in Pokemon. Stuff. Oh, it's... This is from fucking Xenoblade Chronicles, isn't it? Isn't this like I don't know her name. It's not Mithra, but it is a Xenoblade character. I don't know her name at all. I've got correct franchise, so it has to be Xenoblade. I just don't know anyone in the game. So, someone called Nicholas. I think it's from Xenoblade 3. Okay. But I can't search by game right now, so we do like said and then we go down, because a tech character has to have a said in it, right? So we just scroll until we find or no, fuck, they're British. Oh no. They don't have to have a said in them. I'm just scrolling until I find a Xenoblade. Maybe they have an X in them. They probably have an X in them. Streets of Rage, King of Fighters. As soon as I find one. On M, okay, maybe on M, maybe on M. As soon as I find a Xenoblade here, I'll lock it in and it's gonna be correct. This is not good content, but I don't care. I've found my strategy, and as a former top melee player, you have to understand that I understand what I'm doing, and my strategy is extremely efficient. It's just not time efficient. It's efficient in guess. Xeno? Oh, but that's not Xenoblade. God damn it. Refantasia? Xeno is not Xenoblade. We're gonna find a Xenoblade here. I wish the menu was slightly longer so I could like scroll faster without fear of missing the character. Vocaloid? Nah, we're not doing that. Even if it would be a good guess. We've already locked in the franchise. This is the best way to play this game, right? This is what they were looking for. You just pick every letter in the alphabet until you find the game. Another Xeno? God damn it. How have I found so many Xeno but no Xenoblade? Cooking Mama could be it. Why did I pick M? That's like the largest amount of letters. Or might be the worst thing I've ever said. M has the largest amount of entries, not letters. Very funny thing to get wrong. I know the answer. I intentionally didn't read the rest of that. I said I was locked in on my oh, Mifra. I already guessed. Oh, god damn it. The name starts with E. Okay. Thankfully, another letter that doesn't have very many entries, right? Right? There's not that many names that contain an E in them. Can I do Control F? No, okay, it doesn't work. I can't cheese it like that. Okay, we have to do this the old-fashioned way. This is the optimal way to play this game, okay? Actually, we should start from the bottom, because this is the type of thing where the further down you get, the more sci-fi you get. So, like, obviously, you'll see a lot more X's and a lot more random bullshit here than at the top. At the top, you have the respectable names. At the bottom, you have the janky names. I'm gonna get it. It's here somewhere. This is called skill expression, by the way, if you weren't aware. This is how you improve in this game. It's what they always say. Everyone's like, why? Like, you should pick a game and like get good at it, you know, like Street Fighter or something. What they don't tell you is that grinding is not a fun experience. It's like scrolling upwards on a game doll question forever and ever until you find the answer you're looking for. Like that is the process of grinding. It's pretty much 1-to-1. Some would compare it to like RuneScape or something, but they don't get it like I do. This is a much better comparison. A lot of X-Men were scrolling past. The wrong type of X, unfortunately. It's gonna be here somewhere. There's nothing that scares me more than missing it, so I'm extremely locked in on just scrolling and not reading chat. I'm also realizing we're hitting the middle part of this, which is unfortunate because I decided to start from the bottom after I'd already scrolled a little bit, so we've already lost efficiency. My bet on sci-fi being at the bottom was evidently not correct. But, you know, sometimes you have to play the odds, and I played it wrong. It's as simple as that. You can't always be correct. Oh, they have a Thousand Exorcist character here. Nice, the All-Mother. That's dope. I didn't know that they've had a question with them. That's an interesting game. I wish I streamed that. I played that on my own time, and it was very good. Or I'll say it was something that gave me thoughts after I played it, which is, you know, one form of being good. I don't think I enjoyed it that much while I played it, but it's something I thought about afterwards a little bit. So in that sense, it's good. Just like oh, there we go. Oh. Nice. So fucking skilled, man. This is why you gotta get good at games. It's extremely rewarding when you win. And, you know, when you get good, you get to win more frequently. I don't think this is gonna work. Did you fucking doubt me? Why would you doubt me? And he's the boss, as in, like, she carries the rest of the team? Are you talking about the Korean term of fucking having someone boost them on the bus? Get on the bus? Is that what you're talking about? If so, that's very funny. They've never explained? God damn it. Okay, this doesn't narrow it down at all. Also, hello, Niklas. Did you like how we solved that? Companions fast travel map secret. I'm gonna do Baldur's Gate. Tape rewind, hidden forms, boss monsters. Tape rewind? I mean, it's not... I can't even think of, like... What game has tape rewinds? I was gonna say Obra Dinn, because you rewind time, but it's not tape. Fusion system, party members, type changing. Okay, wait. Map secrets, tape... This is fusion system. Party members, type changing. Is this... This had a fusion system, right? Didn't it? No, it didn't. Skill stickers. Fucking sticker star? The fuck? Skill stickers? What are we talking about? Optional battles? Well, I would hope so. Retro aesthetic. Dialogue choices. Optional battles. Soundtrack focus. Soundtrack focus? Monster recording. I don't know what game this is. Soundtrack changes dynamically. Monster collecting. Inspired by real locations in the UK? Oh no, it's Stalker. Oh my god, it's Stalker Clear Sky. Fuck, it's Cassette Beasts. I should have known. I don't know what game this is. I have no idea what game this is. I've never seen this game in my life before. My bad. Niklas, you're very good at this. Maybe you should be the streamer, not me. Okay, I've got news, by the way. And by that I mean Sandy here showed me that a cool trivia. Did you know that the court theme that I've been like jamming out about in Off the Devil is made by the same person who made the Celeste soundtrack. Isn't that really fucking cool? I think that's really cool. Anyway, that's a segue into getting into the game. Oh, I hate cassette bass? Of course you do. You hate everything that's good in the world. The emotes owning you yet again. Love to see it. Same, fuck cassette beasts. Are you saying that as in like a fuck, marry, kill, like a hear me out type of way? Let me see. Cassette beast. Pass. Smash. 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 Pass. Smash. 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 Pass. Pass. Smash. Smash. Ooh, Giga Smash. You could play Smash on him too. That's crazy. Anyway, what am I doing? I got distracted. I'm missing the Rule 34 world game. Daily game. That's why I'm like this. Nothing else, I promise. Do you mean the voice actor for Allegra Clark or the character Allegra Clark? Or I'm just trying to think. Boss is not the Boss is the auburn-haired woman. Yes, right. I was thinking of the receptionist, big booba lady. That Allegra Clark is a person. Okay, cool. You mean like who is a voice actor? Okay, cool. Then that makes sense. I just remember the fucking dialogue with the receptionist where you can just keep pointing out her big booba over and over and over again, and it's the most Japanese thing ever, but it's played for comedy instead of for horny, which I can somewhat respect. I can't respect it when it's played straight for horniness. At least not if it's not legitimately horny. You have to go all in, like unironically. I have nothing against a good horny game, but you can't half-ass it, okay? But if you do it for comedy, it's funny. Or rather, if you do it for comedy and you do it right, so it's funny, I don't mind it. If you do it poorly, I'll kill you. You'll find me at your house, right outside the window right now. Irashai. 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 To what do I owe the pleasure of hosting my two favorite girls? Did I once again check? I have to start... soon I have to remove some of the Last Sovereign VODs from my my local hard drive, probably, because they're taking up so much space. I've saved every VOD since I put up this PC, and I'm at 400 gigs saved so far. So I'll start pruning them soon. I've got 40 gigabytes left, so I was just double checking that it won't fill up during this stream, but these tend to be like 10 gigs or something like that, so after 5-6 hours, so it's not really at a risk yet. To what do I owe the pleasure of hosting my two favorite girls? One Sarah? Who's the other? Figment of my imagination, apparently. Do you want something to drink? What do you recommend? I've just got in this case of beautiful, tawny, deep reds from volcanic soil across the sea. Where are we? Even. They've talked about the Eastern Hemisphere. We gotta narrow down where we are. They gotta tell us the city at some point. Savory and fall with notes of sherry and oak. Sounds delicious. You just described a tree down to the dirt. Morgan is a beautiful, tawny, deep red from volcanic soil. No, she's the devil. Wouldn't that be a really funny reveal if the literal, like, Lord of Hell walked the earth and it's Morgan? It's just sci-fi all the way up to the end, and then BAM! It was fantasy all along, baby. That's how they get you. Normally, that's actually interesting. I think it's funny. The reverse happens a lot. I'm not sure if people have experienced reading fiction that does that, but it happens fairly frequently that a fantasy story at the end is upended, and it turns out it was an ancient civilization, i.e. us, and it's all technology, but like, you know, for future technology. But it very rarely happens in the reverse. In the reverse of fantasy or sci-fi revealed to be fantasy. Why am I having such trouble talking today? What the fuck? That's not gonna bode well for the stream. It's because I rambled on the Game Doll segment for way too long. And I don't know why. I guess I can see why. The argument that sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic is a quote for a reason, but I still feel like the other way should be more common than never. I don't think I've ever... I can't think of a single example where tech has turned out to just be magic like that. And what we thought were like science was, you know, just some mage's simulacrum. Exactly, Munch. That's exactly what I'm saying. Thank you for helping me find the words in a much more poignant way than I ever could, since I am uncultured and incapable. Well, I would very much like to try it. Sorry, you're underaged. She's an android. A very realistic one. Well, you say to customers who walk in and see her drinking at the counter. Irashai? 2 waters coming right up. If I don't pay attention, by the way, at any point here, it is for a very simple and important reason, frankly. Like, if you notice me take a little bit of a break, it's because I'm currently fishing in RuneScape on my phone, and I have to clear my inventory of fish every 30-40 seconds or so. This is more important than the stream and the entertainment value and all that. I need my experience, and I am not gonna suffer an XP loss from streaming, so just be aware of that that's the case. I've gotten back into it. It's over for me. How's your sailing? I haven't gone there yet. I'm doing a Iron Man account, and I'm doing it blind. I've been watching Mad Season show play OSRS completely blind, and I have some experience from when Prison tried to get me into it in 2020, but I had when they released Group Iron Man, we started a Group Iron Man together, then it fizzled out. I basically did an optimized early route to do Winter Todd to 99 fire making, and then I quit the account. And I still have never done like over half the quests in the game. I've never done them without buying shit from the GE. So I was like, fuck it, we can take that account and just actually play a blind like run, no wiki lookup, no anything on RuneScape, and see how it goes. Because again, I have a little bit more experience than someone like Mad Season Show, but I still don't know all the quests and stuff. So it would be fun. But I'm at 99 fire making and very little anything else. Wait, back up. Your client is the Hound of Icaria? And I was the last person to find out what that actually means. Then it should be easy enough to tell whatever he did, or whether he did the deed or not. The Hound always leaves a calling card. So I hear. Is that literal? Stark white business card laid neatly on the ground with the house's insignia. I don't understand why why the house would go to such lengths to let the victim know who attacked them. Wasn't she there when he explained it? Didn't he explain that in like great depth? Or am I... These new ability types, their whole lives are galas and boardrooms and cocktail parties and wine tasting. Torture. Where every sentence has a front and backside to it, and every glance is a whole unspoken clause. All I know about OSRS is from a maxed Ultimate Iron Man friend. Fair enough. Game cool. I've been thinking about getting back into it for like 4 years now. But I finally pulled the trigger. Because I'm in a fairly low stress period of my life. I'll probably not take it like super seriously, I say, before I hit 99 in agility like in a week or some shit. To them, an unambiguous act of violence is an exclamation point that they cannot misconstrue, and the Ikaria aren't exactly at the top of the new ability pecking order. Reminding the others that they've still got their fangs is a viable strategy. They know they're outclassed in terms of how many... Why is it scrolled all the way up? What the fuck? It was scrolled all the way up. Because they saved the position from last time? Even I... Wait, no, it loops? Wait, does it loop? Oh my god. I'm so stupid. I was like, crazy that we're at the very top. No, it just looped. Reminding the others that they've still got their fangs is a viable strategy. They know they're outclassed in terms of how many mountains of gold they have. That doesn't explain why such a supposedly great assassin has gotten made on more than one occasion. Well, he's probably just doing his job there. If all he needed was to get away with murder, he'd be a prisoner or a sniper. All the major houses love to use body doubles. If he kills a target behind closed doors, their house can just bring out a spare. Or hell, claim the entire thing never happened. How do you know this? The Amani, who are you? I just want to point out, I don't know if this matters at all. We've seen a lot of characters with ear piercings, and none of them have been red, ever. There's a lot of characters that have like white ones, or grayish ones. We've never seen a red one. But if the hound kills where a house's rival can see, the damage sticks. Oh, I didn't even clock that. That's really cool. That is actually really cool. I'm gonna be real, I haven't even clocked that he has a single scar on him. I'm way too locked in. It's because he hasn't been, like, his design hasn't been relevant yet. I haven't had to look at him properly in order to see if there's any hints or anything on him like I have for like almost the entire rest of the cast. Are you considered part of the Neo aristocracy? Do I look like I've got that kind of sway? I don't run a bar in Midtown as a hobby, kid. Wouldn't know it, looking at how profitable your wine section is. It'll catch on. The hound was a nasty surprise, but the big reveal isn't making anything click for me. A blue blood assassin trying to mist him mid-trial? I don't get it either, but the blue bloods aren't as rational as they used to be. Used to be? I traded with them a good deal when I was younger, and they were richer. Traded what? Stock tips. Oh. Do we believe him? I'm gonna go with no. This was before the Ikaria cut them down. I was a young man hungry to establish myself, and the Blue Bloods were the biggest game in town. The Rust weren't even a twinkle in some psychopunk's eye back then, and the Ikaria cartel were just that. Drug smugglers and dope runners. The Blue Bloods used them as couriers. A reversal of fortune. Could be their names on opera houses and hospitals all across the city today if... If what? Why are we discussing this in front of the kid? Traded stock tips, and then they were poor. Diavani took them all down with bad stock advice. I feel like if Makoto were the leader of the Blue Bloods, that could work. if the Ikaria hadn't killed them all. But didn't they have allies? Connections? The morgues were overflowing with cerulean blood. No one wanted anything to do with them. The fact that they specify cerulean makes me even more, like, locked in on the theory that... did I scroll past him? There's Sosuke. That he's, one of the... maybe the only remaining young blood from the blue bloods that's still alive. And he's just gotten, you know, adopted into the Ikaria family with a fake backstory. Simply by the fact that the vent in his back there has blue blood in it. It glows blue. Same with, he has something on his, like, finger that also glows blue. It's outside view right now, but it's on the lower hand. I don't remember if it was finger or just the hand itself. So, but just the vent in the back of his neck having blue blood, or cerulean specifically, makes me think that he has something to do with them. But they were the victims. Corporate partners are risk-averse. Political alliances require you to bring something to the table. And when you fall that far, that fast, the common folk assume it happened for a reason. They thought that the Blue Bloods deserved it just because it happened to them? Huh. I'm trying to think about examples of that happening in real life, and I can think of a few. That's interesting. I haven't thought about the hitting, like, the death spiral from your reputation taking a hit. Like, it starts feeding into itself that way. That seems like it's impossible to recover from. All those left were the old-timers, the grandparents and the great-uncles, all suddenly without heirs. They recruited latchkeys and orphans during the Red Decade, found family that became the first gens and then the young bloods. What about the money? You're starting to sound like a real human. Some of it, the cash, the gold, the jewels, the Ikaria just stole. You must be like an insanely qualified informant or some shit, Diamani. Like, you're running a bar. This feels like the exact setup where, you know, he sells information, that's how he actually makes his money. The guests are actually criminal families and shit, not real people. But the vast majority of it was held overseas, where it was safe, untouchable, and impossible to get your hands on without the right blood. Locked behind GFA. Getting butchered by the Ikaria was a bad beating, but losing that money was unforgivable. Why can't the old bloods get it? The old bloods should have the same blood. Why not key them to it? Did they explain that at some point and I've forgotten? The rest of the Blue Blood Mafia around the world will never accept them back into the fold until they recover it. Exiled from paradise because they tempted fate with their hubris. Has a certain poetic charm to it, no? It would have to be a very sobering poem. They keyed it to the younger generation, younger ones that married into political alliances, so when the young ones... when they died, the money went with them. I mean, even if they marry into other families, half the blood should still be the blue bloods. I feel like you would you would have to just partake in egregious amounts of incest to keep it in the family if one generation of marrying with someone else dilutes it enough to where you can't use the key. On the other hand, maybe it just goes forward where, you know, the base blood includes whatever families the younger blue bloods married into. But that also doesn't feel right. Because, like, then you couldn't make it wide enough to hit everyone unless everyone just, like, copulated with each other. That also wouldn't be very good, I can't imagine. Unless they fixed, you know, birth defects and shit. I mean, I think it had to be a distinct genetic match. But they talked about it like everyone in the younger generation could do it. And that doesn't make any sense to me if It's not key to like one specific biological family. Unless some dude had like 30 heirs with the same partner or partners, I guess. The setup here seems really weird. But everyone in the younger generation died. Correct, but I'm saying that I don't understand how the keying works to simultaneously be wide enough to hit everyone in the younger generation and not also just allow the people that have more concentrated blue blood from older generations to also key to it after the fact. It just seems a little incongruous to me right now, but you know, that is also because I'm lacking information. I don't know the exact makeup of the family. You just give all the kids a small genetic mutation that it's checking for? Oh, was that how they did it? Did they mention that? I thought, yeah, okay. If it's not, if it's just... But that would work? That would work. That would, if you just give all your kids that type of key, it would also keep it within the family. You could probably... I mean, we can already manipulate genes of like unborn people, you know, not super well, but the technology to like start doing it is there. So it's not that unbelievable that you could do something like that. That makes sense. I accept that explanation and we'll move on now. Those are the ones you remember, aren't they? Probably why the Blue Bloods are still humming the same old hymns, passing down the same ghost stories and urban legends. They did seem to be a surprisingly superstitious bunch, crossing their fingers over the red hood, and... Hey, what's a little lord? That's another one, a new spin on one of the oldest tales in the book, a promised prince. The belief is that exactly one kid survived the fall of the leaves, one lone heir to all the fortune the Blue Bloods lost. Got spirited away overseas or out west to be raised in secret, and one day he'll come back to reclaim what's rightfully... You know, I'm guessing you've heard this one before. Is there any truth to it? Oldguard certainly seems to think so. Need to think so. It's probably what's keeping them alive. The fact that they're repeating this like 7 times makes me even more sure of my hypothesis. If they can just hold on another 5 years, they'll finally find the heir they've been looking for, and they can rectify decades of embarrassment and shame. Thinking like that is what makes youngbloods start talking about, maybe the old guard doesn't care what happens to us. What do they expect? Blood's thicker than water. The original full expression is thought to be, the blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb. That actually suggests that camaraderie between those who've fought together is stronger than simply sharing a common relative. Yeah, well, if that were actually true, then maybe people wouldn't have amputated the expression centuries ago. Still, this is 30 years of water, or blood covenant, if you prefer, that we're talking about. Youngbloods give their life to the mafia. Each of them had to choose it over their own family. It's a pretty raw deal to cut them loose just because some sheltered kid, only valuable for his DNA, decided to show up after all these years. I mean, the correct thing to do is to reward all the Youngbloods for their loyalty by torturing this guy, having him extract all the wealth so they have access to it again, and then distributing the wealth to the Youngbloods that have, like, ran the... or, like... I guess not ran the organization, but partaken in the organization all this time. Reward them for it. You think the old guard would throw away the Youngbloods if it meant reuniting with their little lord? I know it, and so do the Youngbloods. Because again, if they get the young lord, or little lord back, it would be the dumbest thing imaginable to just keep running the same scheme. They're in a weaker position than they were when they got slaughtered. Like, they should immediately take out all the wealth from the GFA. Like, they can't use that system anymore. It just means that they're gonna get wiped out again. That doesn't seem to be a dynamic that incentivizes them to look very hard for this little lord. No, it incentivizes them to smother the royal bastard. If I assume my client is innocent, that means someone else killed Tarek Chopin. Someone who didn't do it in self-defense. Morgan, Sarah is very smart. Can you at least pretend to care about the other victims? Even if she doesn't point out you're the murderer, it does make you seem fairly heartless. Tarek Chopin. You mean the son of the city councilman? Adopted son. His parents are government officials. Even if they're loaded, the Mob Act can't protect all their records. Oh, no. Auto off. Why does it start me at the bottom? Mob Act. It's questionable if she should care about the others. If Chopin wasn't dead, they wouldn't be in court. You sure about that? I mean, he would still be... Yeah, the story said so. But they've settled it out of court? I guess so. But Sosuke would still be prosecuted, right? It just wouldn't have a court. Memory's pretty bad. Maybe I need to eat something. I've been feeling kind of under the weather today, so I haven't eaten that much. I ate breakfast like at 2 p.m.-ish. Maybe my brain juice is dying a little too early. But I've got food in the freezer, so we're fine. Point out if I seem extra stupid today, okay? Mireille mentioned something like that. We'd have been able to take care of it if it was only 4 between families. That makes sense. Seems fairly obvious that his death was connected to that lower ward proposal. My first idea was that Rogers got paid behind closed doors and he's fumbling it badly, but Nicholas pointed out the hidden kid could be the culprit. I think the hidden kid is an informant for the actual murderer. I'm still most suspicious of London. Mostly because the connection to Jack the Ripper and like London Bridge is a funny name. But then also just, I shouldn't say that, not mostly. That's just what clued me into it originally. Now it's mostly because of how insanely adept he seems at handling, murder. He pulled the trigger instantly. And then also his story kind of not super adding up. I'd be surprised if we get a London reveal so early, but yeah, he is a killer for sure. Yeah, it could be a setup for a future case for sure. Rogers is still my lead, then London, then the kid. Yeah, the thing about Rogers is he's so clearly the correct one to guess for, just because of the way the wound is, right? I don't know if we got anything on Rogers in our evidence bag yet, but he... no, we don't. But he has a shaky hand, and... But then... He would have his imprints on them. I don't know if he had a glove. Maybe he did. Anyway, let's continue. What do you want to know? Oh, no, I'm stupid. I'm literally trolling. I went to the Mob Act, and then I didn't read Mob Act. I just had this open and started talking about other thoughts and then didn't read it. Mob Act. Protection of Reasonable Anonymity Act. The Protection of Reasonable Anonymity Act is a law passed in 2059 and amended in 2061, intended to protect the safety of individuals with income above the 99th percentile of the nation. Wait, we read this from the earlier episode. This is the Luigi Mangione Act. Make sure that random people don't kill CEOs. Wait. That's it. Job creators, true. Sorry, my bad. I want to know about his adoption. His fathers adopted him in 2066 after 3 months of visits to Gospel Home Orphanages, a private philanthropic institution that is no longer in business. Bankrupt or bought out? Bankrupt. Damn it. If they'd just gotten swallowed, the parent company might have kept their records. The adoption itself was somewhat of an event. There are multiple news articles and photos of it. I'm not trying to cast doubt on the realness of their connection, but they wouldn't be career politicians if they let a photo op that good pass them up. Unless they wanted to draw attention away from who they were adopting and... No, a child showing up quietly in a politician's life looks guilty as sin. They wouldn't let people think. This isn't useful. I can go in circles all day speculating about this. How old was he? His age is listed as 27, but the entry has been edited a number of times. There's been a great deal of back and forth between database contributors in the last 36 hours over the addition or removal of an asterisk. It seems his original birth certificate was lost. Well, that's shady as hell. Only kinda. Here it comes. If he was an orphan 27 years ago, that's pretty firmly in the red decade. A lot of paperwork was getting lost back then. That's a kind way of putting it. What would be an unkind way of putting it? The governments of the world were scrambling. What was his education? Tarek Chopin had a law degree. Who gets a law degree and then becomes a patrol officer? Real. Imagine actually knowing the law and becoming a police officer. Like, are you stupid? Are you dumb? Like, an attorney I get, but actually becoming a law officer? Oh, hello, Big Yellow. Thank you for the raid. You know, Yellow, I've stopped raiding people in general, just because I have just the homies here. There's not really that many viewers when I stream nowadays. But because of you, every single time that I end a stream, I check if like you or one of the other homies are online. And then I would raid if you were. But you stream at like the opposite times of me, so it never happens. It makes me sad. Thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. I saw something about Ryukishi in the PlayStation 2 in your going live title. What was that about? Are you porting Ryukishi's consciousness into the like cursed PlayStation 2 you got? Like some what's it called? I was gonna say horror story. That's the wrong creepypasta. Synonymous. You know, Ryukishi would love this game. I realize. Ben drowned. Is that a These Nuts joke? Silent Hill F, but only a little bit because it ran at like 20 FPS. No. You gotta. Okay, Big Yellow. Let me tell you, as a former big shot streamer from the Rivals of Ethersphere, where I got raided and had 500 viewers for like 2 streams. You gotta tell your streamers to buy you a graphics card, okay? You gotta get them to buy you like a graphics card right now. Abuse your authority, okay? I know it's scummy as hell and it makes you feel awful, and it would make you like objectively a bad person, but you gotta do it, dude. It'd be so funny if some rich individual just went, yeah, here's $2,000 for an RTX 5090, right? Pip doesn't know that Ben drowned. I feel like I'm getting these nuts right now. Ben drowned. Creepypasta wiki. Oh, it's the... Oh, no, I know what Ben drowned is. Oh my god. I must have watched like a YouTube video. I don't know if it was before AI. I think it might have been text-to-speech that just read off the creepypasta fandom wiki at some point. No, Yellow, you gotta... Okay, here's what you gotta do, okay? You gotta market yourself for the tech bros, okay? I'm sorry to say, but all your, like, Tomodachi Life, Pokemon can stay, but, like, all of your Tomodachi Life, the Third Strike, all that shit, that's gotta go, okay? Instead, what you're gonna do is you're gonna fire up Arc Raiders, and you're gonna talk about AI, okay? And you're gonna talk about how AI made Arc Raiders a better game. Then, when you've gotten, like, 5 to 10 tech bros following you, that's when you slowly talk about how much better your life would be if you could play it at 144 hertz 4K. And then one of them will just gift you a graphics card. You don't wait for it to go down, because the graphics cards are only going to go up. Like, soon they're going to be 10K, not 5K. You're making a horrible mistake by not investing now. But given your unique position, you don't have to invest like a normal person. You can invest using your social capital instead. So, like, really, you gotta jump the gun right now. And while you're at it, you could credit me afterwards, so that I get to laugh at them for giving you money and being, you know, stupid about it. You're like, thanks, suckers, for giving me a GPU, courtesy of Pipsqueak's investment strategy. And they'll come over here and they'll be like, what the fuck are you doing? And I'll be like, I'm just here, bro. I didn't do anything. Big Yellow's lying to you. And then I'll undermine your reputation. After I've undermined your reputation, I'll steal your YouTube channel. I guess first I should steal your identity, but after I've stolen your identity, I'll steal your YouTube channel, wear like a wig and, what's it called? I forgot. Did you have rings on at when I last saw you? I think you had rings on. I think you had like 1 or 2 rings. I need to check what rings you have and wear those, and then like maybe get like a fake nose or something to just throw people off the scent. And then I'll just take over your channel, earn millions of dollars, and live like a relatively stress-free life. Rings like Sonic the Hedgehog. God damn it, man. Anyway, do you know what's Off the Devil is? I'll speedrun it. It's Ace Attorney, but a billion times better. This game is insanely good. I thought it was like among the upper echelon of Ace Attorney cases when episode 1 was out, i.e. case 1. But now with episode 2 out, I think it's squarely better than any of the Ace Attorneys. It's very, very good. So welcome. We're investigating 2 mafia families, 5 murders, and we got shot in a courtroom. Bring back fighting game garbage after stealing my channel to make $1 trillion. What's the return on investment there? The hours to money brought in. It can't be that bad, can it? God, I'm sorry for another tangent, but I gotta rant about this. It's so funny. I personally, like, if I was gonna produce content on YouTube and anything like that, I do it because I want to talk about it and I find it interesting. I met a guy in 2021. And he's from Australia. We talked about editing and like doing YouTube content. At the time, he had 2K subscribers. And he was so like, no. You gotta game the algorithm. You just have to... Like, I don't care that it's the most boring thing imaginable, but you just have to play the algorithm and make the most dogshit content if you want to be successful on YouTube. And I was like, no, that sounds like a soulless way to live, right? That motherfucker has 3 million subs now. And the only content he does is Roblox videos aimed at 12-year-olds. I think he makes like 1 short a day or something. The most viewed one is 75 million views. And I'm like, I know you hate this, but on the other end, I think you're spending like max like 2 hours a day on this shit. Maybe 3 at this point. Like, I kinda gotta respect it. He went in from 2K subs and said, you have to game the algorithm. I don't care that you're not enjoying it. And I was like, sure, but that's not how I want to do it. And then I don't look at his stuff for so long, and I look back, and he's fucking made it, dude. He won. But it's so soulless, dude. I can't stand it. Okay, let me play the audio of his most popular short, okay? Let me He's almost at 3 million now. Okay. It's... Oh my god. Why are all of them the same format? The top 5 shorts he has all have over 30 million views, and they're all the same format. It's so funny.
3 of the most heartbreaking gaming tributes to players that have passed away. When Borderlands mega fan Michael Marmorell sadly passed away, Gearbox decided to honor the gamer by performing a eulogy speech in the voice of his favorite character.
The problem with reality is terrible things can happen to good people.
This has 50 million views.
They actually added him as a character within the game as well, which if you talk to, Michael will give you a weapon and you'll earn yourself the achievement Tribute to a Vault Hunter. In 2022, when legendary Minecraft YouTuber Technoblade tragically lost his battle to cancer, Mojang honored him by adding his iconic crown to the pig in the Minecraft launcher. On top of that, to thank everything he had done for the Minecraft community, he was forever immortalized in one of the game's menu screens with his famous catchphrase.
Like, this is just stuff you Google. Like, I have nothing against the original things happening at all, but this is you Googled this for 2 seconds and repackaged it. It's so lazy. Which... Yeah, I know, Yellow, right? It feels so soulless. It feels so soulless. The editing as well. It's like, oh, man. Oh, then it's like fucking... Wait, what is this? Top 5 video games in corn.
I want you to guess the 5 most searched video games in corn.
Oh, okay, so it's porn. Top 5...
Every single...
Top 5 porn games. Okay, cool. So like Overwatch and shit. And then all he does now is just Roblox. Guess the
iconic Roblox moments. What is this blurred image about? Oh, easy chat. When I see slop, I know slop.
Yeah, no. I can't stand it, dude. Because he legitimately told me immediately that like he doesn't care about Fortnite. He started with Fortnite and then went to Roblox, and he didn't care about Fortnite and he doesn't care about Roblox, but that's all he makes content on. It's so fucking like, brother. But on the other hand, he has 3 million subs and 3.4 billion views, so he has to be making a fucking fortune. I know that shorts don't generate a lot of revenue, but like even his long form videos that he started afterwards, like one of them has 4 million views. He seems to average around like 300, 400k or something. Like, but it's just the fact that he said he hates it that makes it so much more annoying. I hate knowing that he hates it. He loves making money, but he hates the game. It'd be a different thing if he enjoyed Roblox and was like, yeah, no, I'm doing this because it's the game I enjoy playing, and, you know, I was like, I could do content about it. That'd be completely different. But... okay, I don't have a problem with him treating it like a job, Niklas. That's completely fair. A lot of people do that, and it's also something that a lot of people don't do initially, but end up doing after they get bored of it. Like, that's not the problem. The problem I have is that he's aiming so hard at like 10-year-old kids. Like going like, I'm gonna try Fortnite. Okay, no, this isn't the right age group. Let's age down to Roblox. Is so insane to me. It's so gamified, man. But I mean, if he's not doing anything to hurt them, it's fine. It would be one thing if it was like AI and misinformation and shit like that. I don't think he's actively hurting them. I just think it's slop. I think it's brain rot, but it's not worse than anyone else, I suppose, so I shouldn't say anything. It's just one of those things where I have that cursed knowledge in the background, and I'm sitting here like, I wouldn't care, but now I have to check in every other day to see like what multimedia empire you're creating through this thing that you originally went into with zero love in your heart. Motherfucker took the wrong lesson from Umineko is what I'm saying, okay? Ryukishi would hate this guy. There is no love in this guy's heart, okay? There is no magic. There is only, like, reality. Cold, hard reality and cash. Anyway, that's enough of a rant about that. I hope everyone who joined from Big Yellow's stream has left, and we're back with all the people who can tolerate me, so that I don't ruin anyone else's sensibilities by being a dumbass like I am. And for Big Yellow, if you're still here, the spoilers will start beginning. So we'll start beginning. We'll begin soon, so you should leave. But I appreciate the raid, and I hope you had a good stream. Yerp, we're pervert posting. Exactly. Wait, are we? I'm not pervert posting, I don't think. Also, I realize why it's so quiet. It's because I muted the game when the short was playing. You speak too fast to pull off a GOG Big Yellow. On stream, but when I narrate, I don't speak that fast. When I narrate stuff, I like to slow it down a little bit, but when I speak, like on stream, I tend to speak a little faster. I don't know why. It also varies a little bit by what I'm doing. It's something I'm fairly self-conscious about. I will say that. The son of a politician. Wait. I skipped one here, didn't I? Who gets a law degree and then becomes a patrol officer? The son of a politician. It's not a bad path. If your superiors know you're connected and smart and can recognize when the law is being broken... Yeah, but like, wouldn't you... They'll keep you far away from anything real. But wouldn't you still just want to rather be a lawyer? I guess I don't know how it is in this fuck-ass universe. You can coast for a year and then move into politics as a veteran of the force who's hard on crime. Okay, that's true. Seen that a billion times. London did mention he was far too principled to be likable or reliable. If joining up with the police was nothing but a calculated move, that means he had a clear plan for what to do after. And it probably didn't involve defrauding the city in a real estate scheme. He's, yeah, Munch, he's gonna become, fuck, it's Garnt, right? It's, oh, what's his full name? Isn't it Garnt? Or Grant? The head of police in Ace Attorney 1. Damon Garnt. Fuck. It's Damon something. Whatever, it's Damon. He's gonna become the Damon of this game for sure. Unfortunately, his career was cut short. Literally. And it probably didn't involve defrauding the city in a real estate scheme. I can think of a few reasons why a cop would get murdered at the scene of a crime like that, but Tarek Chopin wasn't some ordinary cop. The strongest motive that comes to mind is... Wait, you really think... You think Chopin was the Little Lord? You're the last person I'd expect to believe in fairy tales, Red. Can you honestly say it doesn't fit? Can we? I mean, I still think Sosuke is a better guess. Right? Like, why would... It... I feel, okay, Rogers would have to be the... I could see, like, this is a motive for Rogers to kill him. That I can understand. But... Then... Huh... If we for a moment assume that unicorns and dragons and Tsuchinokos are real... What do you mean, Tsuchinokos? What do you mean? Tsuchinokos are very well documented. I can show you. Then yeah, it's possible that Chopin was the Little Lord. And if any Youngbloods knew it, they'd want him dead. To prevent the old guard from abandoning them. This would leave specifically... Either Richard works with the Blue Bloods or the little kid we saw would be the culprit then. To prevent the old guards from abandoning them. Three thoughts come to mind. I mean, Richard is the very likely culprit because of how he died. Sorry, I've been blanking on that until now in the stream. She's so pouty. She's the cutest character in, like, all of fiction. You know what? Okay. Crazy, like, alignment chart to paint up. And I would get crucified for this from anyone who didn't already tolerate my bullshit. But Sarah is the polar opposite of Erica. They're on the same scale, but on polar opposites. I'm just gonna say it. It fits. Even the most zealous young blood wouldn't off a guy just because he'd happened to be about 30 years old and adopted. They would have had to have seen something that at least suggested it. Two, as I recall. The only young blood you know of is this Creek guy. And Creek was dead before Shopping ever entered the building. Clears his name pretty handedly. The only young blood I know. No, Han. We know Han, at least, and also the little kid, probably. Three, I can think of at least one other group that I'd kill to prevent the Little Lord from reclaiming his throne. The Icaria. How's Icaria? And who better to cut him down than their most loyal rook? And that would neatly explain why the old guard would be pissed enough to try and kill Sosuke in a courtroom, unfortunately. Stay positive. Just because the old guard thinks Sosuke killed their precious heir doesn't mean he actually did. Yeah. Hey Sarah, get some footage of me making this next one from over there in the corner. Boss? We'll shoot a promo. I just found this hidden gem where this guy made the best drink ever. That kind of thing. Where it's kind of cheap and fake, but like you're in on the joke and it's not pretending to be genuine. Oh no. They've optimized for TikTok. They got it already, man. Why is he good at this? Boss, with the number of followers Kintsugi has, a video longer than 9 seconds posted at this time of day, in this part of town. Chris AI, Beth? Why is it AI? No, I thought you were Crystal, not AI. I will hydrate, thank you. Boss with the number... Oh yeah. I don't want to hear that depressing shit. We'll cross-post, or whatever. Does it have to be that corner? The lighting will be bad. Just make Sarah your social media manager. Crystal Beth was taken, so I had the sheet. Oh, it just shows up as lowercase in, like, the stream thing when you redeem something. Interesting. Any corner. Just make sure it's from a distance. From a distance? Wouldn't it be better framed if... It looked like shaky cam found footage. It's more legit that way. My hands do not shake, but I'll try. What are you doing? Making you a drink, obviously. That's quite the treat. Why? Because we got some heavy shit to discuss. Starts with ice. What do we do with crushed ice at Kintsugi, Sarah? Kick it under the fridge. Okay, she is so fucking cute. That is the cutest, like, rendition of her ever. I want that as a... Wait, did they have stickers in their Discord? I'm in their Discord now. Do they have stickers? You see... They have emotes of the various people. They don't have stickers. God fucking damn it. It's so Jover for me. Diavani, fuck me, please. Yeah, sure. He is hot, I gotta say. Exactly. Rock ice or nothing when you're mixing a cocktail. Hang on. You taught her that? There's a drain under there. Not in my kitchen. When the ice melts, it warps the floorboard. Half a lime. Juiced. Pay no attention to the second half I'm using here, Sarah. Red likes it tart. Now you're the lawyer, and you've got a hell of a mind for all this stuff. Egg white. Toss the yolk. Unless it's a weaken, in which case... Put it in the bowl in the fridge. Is this code? So I gotta figure out if this is code, because of the... Is he releasing a coded message? What is blood doing here on the calculator? Put it in the bowl in the fridge. But it seems to me like you're approaching this shooter from every angle but the deadly serious one. Joke? I thought so. Jolk. I thought it was Jolk. I just wasn't sure. Thank you. Orgiat. If a customer says they prefer simple syrup, you let me know and we won't serve them anymore. You need to consider that maybe that shooter wasn't there for Sosuke. They were there for the mask, right? That's been my assumption from day one, that they were there for the mask. I told you, they kicked me out after only a few minutes. No one's sending an assassin after me for that. Whiskey. Black label or higher. Then shake the hell out of it. Word of mouth can be deadly down here, there in the fog. I saw her leaving the building, can easily become I saw her running away. If someone wanted to get to me, a courtroom filled with cops would be a pretty shitty place to choose to do it. Yeah, but it might have been the only time and place they knew you'd be. Mint for a garnish, with charred cinnamon for smoky ambience. Serve immediately. A bitter blessing. This looks like a really good lemonade. Just image-wise. I didn't follow at all the shit he was doing, but it looks like a lemonade. So I will, in my head canon, assume this is a lemonade and very tasty. Thank you, Diamani. I appreciate you. Surely with that much lime, it's a sour blessing. No? You want me to toss it out? Thank you for the drink. But I'm nobody, Rain. No one's coming to get me. Nobody even knows I exist. And I think London does. That's the crux of the issue. I don't think London killed Chopin in this case, but I think London is starting to figure it out because he's been around us for such a long time and he seems way smarter than he's letting on. I also think Emma is getting close, but isn't there yet. I don't know if the Ikaria woman knows anything about us, but it's an interesting situation. I hope you're right. I am. You won't know if you're wrong until it's too late. Bottoms up. You get all that, Sarah? Yes, boss. Hey, bottoms up is just an expression. You're supposed to sip it, for gods. One last thing. Apparently Sosuke's captors talked about some kind of huntsman. If the little lore's an urban legend, huntsman's a goddamn boogeyman. And all of these are real for sure. Orcas shooting the shit around, burning tires, trying to make the noobs afraid to go off and piss by themselves. Chat, I felt extra old today because I ran into the acronym IMBA again. I haven't read IMBA. It's not an acronym, it's a shortening. I haven't read IMBA in so fucking long. And now I read noobs. And I'm just thinking like, dude, this huntsman is so IMBA, dude. And I'm all the way back to 2007 Bass Hunter. What the fuck is IMBA? Oh my god, what age are you, Sandy Beach? Please, you can even give me an age range. I don't need like the exact age. I just need to know what age range. I'm 30. How did you evade IMBA? You must not have been online in my circles, at least. IMBA stands for imbalanced, and it was used instead of OP. IMBA is the precursor to OP. Something being OP was IMBA before. Like, dude, this shit is OP. This shit is IMBA, was what they used to say. Which is funny, because IMBA is a much, much better term than OP. Because IMBA is just a shortening of imbalanced. Whereas overpowered is maybe a little bit more of an extreme statement, and usually not true in quite the same way that imbalanced is. It was popular back in like 2010 or so. I remember it a lot when StarCraft 2 came out. I remember it from Dota 1 and Warcraft 3 mainly. Right, so they're bullshit. I got the same answer elsewhere, but... Oh, they're very real. Pardon? Huntsmen, not a species native to our shores, thank god, but they're real. You just said they're boogeymen. Yeah, and the fact that they exist is what makes them so damn scary. Are they some sort of assassin, like Bresson, the shooter in the courtroom? Your diet is kind of imba. You should take better care of yourself. You could use it like that. That's a very funny way to do it. I might actually find that would be a very fun way to bring that back. Thank you for the idea, Munch. I might actually do that to some of the people I know who grew up using imba, just to make them, like, throw them off balance, you know? They won't expect imba to be used in that circumstance at all. Like, no way at all. Nothing so concrete. Huntsmen are virtual shapeshifters. You feel a chill down your spine one night, on your way home from work, go to sleep, wake up to a man wearing your own face, choking the life out of you. Wearing your own face. Is this the hyper, like, future tech mask we got? Did Big Yellow raid? Why am I here? Yes, Godjank. I'm sorry to say that I am not Big Yellow. I wish I was, but Big Yellow left you here in my care, and I assume that you're about to leave instantly. But yes, they were kind enough to raid little old me. We talked about YouTube for like 5 minutes. Then we got back to the game, and I assumed everyone left. No, I remember you. The most threatening thing you could ever say from the melee locals. The least threatening thing you could ever say. Okay, we're back. That was a, like, quick 360 right there. What melee locals? The Stockholm ones or somewhere else? I'm curious. Where have I met you? Also, very funny to just go, no, I remember you. From the melee locals. I was there sweating for my life, man. Stockholm? Okay. Well, fair enough. Welcome. And I don't really have anything else to say. Gröna Villan. Yep. Now I'm here stuck trying to figure out every single person I've ever met in the Stockholm local through the past, like, 5 years. And I'm gonna ID, like, check that to your tag. Like, could they have Godjank as their tag? Yes, no, and, like, I'll sort them into 2 piles. After I find the correct pile, I'll then sort it through further by finding everyone's IP address and, like... No, I'm not gonna do any of that. I'm just confused why you found me here from the fucking Big Yellow stream. Det typ aldrig pratat, fair enough, yeah. Ermin om det betyder någonting. No, I'm afraid it doesn't. Very, very disrespectfully it doesn't. Don't fucking call me Leffen! Based, I'm VIPing you. VIP Godjank. It's fine if you never show up in the stream again. It's that's completely fine. You're now a permanent VIP in the chat. Wake up at night to a man wearing your own face, choking the life out of you. While he calls your mom from your locked phone across the room in your own voice. But like I said, they're all overseas in more contested parts of the world where the blue bloods are better funded. You wouldn't pay for one of them to come into the country unless you had a really good use case or a weapon only they could take full advantage of. This art's that cool. What are we playing, gang? We're playing Off the Devil, which I will summarize as Ace Attorney but Cyberpunk Future. I will also say it is much better than any of the Ace Attorneys, in my opinion. There's only 2 episodes out. We're playing the second one. They release, like, well, in episodes. They haven't released the entire game all at once. And I thought the first episode was a little stronger than most Ace Attorney cases, but not, like, by a huge margin. But this case has been extremely good. As an additional hook, which, I don't know. How spoilery are you feeling? Because there is an extremely good hook to this game that I could rant off to you, but there is a prologue case where that is the main twist. So I don't know if I want to spoil that off the bat. A weapon only they could take full advantage of. Well, I'll be sure to pass that on to Sosuke. We're playing the red-haired woman, Morgan. Yap ahead. Morgan is a serial killer, and that is a subplot. It is not the main plot at all. Sarah, the green android here isn't an android. It is a, like, homegrown AI without any regulations, doesn't follow any rules, and is essentially just like a superhuman real person that was born like a year ago, a little less than, actually less than that, it's like a couple months ago. No, it's over a year ago. It's a little over a year. And she doesn't know that we're a serial killer. This case starts with us murdering 4 people. Then a prisoner in that cell that the 4 people were holding, we frame him for the murder. Then we become his defense attorney. But suspiciously, a 5th person who wasn't there at the scene of the crime died as well. And now we have to figure out why the 5th one died right after we left, before the cops got there. We have to hide that we're a serial killer and not incriminate ourselves using our knowledge that no one else has of the scene. Because the opposite, like, prosecutor is on our tail as the heartbreak killer. All while trying to avoid gang drama and try not to die, kinda. We almost got shot in the courtroom yesterday. So it's a whole ass thing going on. It's a very convoluted case, but it's also very good. So we'll get back into it. Why, so Sosuke can start writing his will? I wouldn't bet against him, so long as he knows what he's up against. Urban legends are missed, but boogeymen are easy to kill. How do you kill a boogeyman? Same way I'd kill anyone else. There we go, the spoiler, immediately. With pleasure. Alright. I actually need a recommendation from you. What kind of recommendation? A bar, I think. Needs to be open tonight. Oh. What are you looking for? Well, it's not for me, but how much do you know about host clubs? What the hell is that supposed to mean? Just what I said. You can't enter the crime scene until you pass our security clearances. You've got to be... You're a drug-pushing lowlife. Why would I need your permission to go anywhere? I take offense to that. I've never worked in pharma. Han, not the time to be a smartass. Race, it'll only take 30 seconds. You're serious? This is reality? The city is expecting blue bloods to keep a crime scene secure? They're the ones committing the goddamn crimes! Hey, if that's your criteria, half the police force should be disqualified. Or is excessive force not a real crime? Are battered spouses not real crimes? Guess assault's only assault when it's a real person on the receiving end. Zionist is legitimate, Race. All the paperwork's in order and signed by our bosses. These idiots are walking around barehanded and knocking shit over and leaving trash all over the goddamn place. Should we give them badges while we're at it? Let them investigate crimes too? We already investigate crimes. You have any idea how many missing teens there are in the lower wards? I'm really curious what this prosthetic she has is. I think it feeds them like dopamine or adrenaline or something to make them super strong for a while, but I'm not fully sure. You all think Fox has what it takes to be top 2 in 64? No shot. No universe. No, because we find them. Because we actually give a shit about the people who live down here. Oh, I'm sure your prices are very generous. Better their parents get a bill from us than a letter of condolences from you. So sorry, ma'am, but he looked suspicious as he was running away. Han, not helping. Race, let's calm down. Sorry that I'm not calm when we got actual orcas stomping all over the scene where a cop was murdered. Last I counted, there were 5 bodies upstairs. Are both your eyes broken, or do you just not recognize anyone without a badge as human? Perhaps we've come at a bad time. Nothing for it. Gotta strike while the iron's hot. The iron seems very hot in this instance, Adonai. Sorry to interrupt, folks. Don't mind me. I'll just go take another look upstairs. Now you? Hey, why not? You nearly died once already today. Why not let these orcas give you the tour? Was that you giving me permission? No! You and London should both be at a goddamn hospital or whatever, getting debrief... She doesn't need your permission. She has mine. Ma'am, you can go right ahead upstairs. Talk over me again and I'll break your finger. Is that ad recording right now? That sounded like a threat. You wanna hear a threat? Clearly, this isn't gonna work. So Han, why don't you head upstairs and wait for Morgan? I don't take orders from you. Who do you take orders from? Want me to give them a call? Okay, you are way higher up the ladder than you pretend to be. Let them know you're going around kicking hornets' nests and scratching your head over why everyone's getting stung. Whatever. You think you can just walk away after the shit you said? Turn around and take a walk, sunshine. London does fuck. London, if you think for even one... I'm not kidding, Farah. Take a walk. Forget it. You all can go to hell for all I care. Oh, for... No, not you. For God's sake. Sorry about the bad timing. No, that was gonna blow up no matter what. Situations like this require compromise, and Reyes is... uncompromising. At least you're around to balance her out. You might be the most compromised cop I've ever met. Banger line. That was not a very nice thing to say, but it's true, is the thing. You gotta... Like, if it's true, you gotta... You can't just lie about it. And it shows that you haven't met that many cops. I'm surprised you're still welcome around here after what happened in the courtroom. Hmm? Oh, Bresson. The Blue Bloods are a big organization, and Bresson was pretty firmly on the other side. Gals like Han work, or who work in the grey areas, might as well live in a different world. If you say so. I just didn't think the Mafia would allow the death of one of their own to go unanswered. They sent him into a courtroom packed with police with a modded arm that only had one shot. Yeah, he was gonna die. I don't think they're surprised he didn't make it back. Will Detective Reyes be alright? She seemed angry. More so than usual. Yeah, she'll be alright. Blowing up, yelling, cursing. That's nothing. Practically healthy. It's the ones who go quiet you gotta worry about. I feel like that's a threat. Because we go quiet when we're annoyed. What brings you back here anyway? We're pursuing leads. Sounds serious. Anyone go digging into shopping after my implications earlier today? Lady Rockford will probably take it seriously, if only to cross it off the list, but other than her, I think you mostly just piss people off. Lucky for you, I was able to convince some techs to confirm your soundproof Windows theory, but don't expect to be welcome at City Hall anytime soon. The windows at the scene of the crime, positioned behind Creek's desk, opens to the alley and the fire escape. Additional analysis of the building has confirmed that the windows and doors are all effectively soundproof when closed. Something about that formulation makes me want to reconsider the door as well for some reason. Hadn't counted on it. Whatever else he's innocent of, Chopin did get here before anyone else, and no one knows how. Look, if he really did get some kind of coded message or secret text, there's no trace of it in any comm log on his personal device. And it didn't come from any of the tech we've examined on site. Have you found any secret passages on the premise? I'm afraid not, little lady. Or maybe you'll have better luck than me. Secret passages? In what world? Umineko, baby. Was that your whole story back in the courtroom? You and Reyes happened to be in the area? If you don't want to take my word for it, Reyes will tell you the same thing. That's important. It doesn't seem like she'd want to talk to Adonai at the moment. Can you tell me exactly what you two saw when you arrived? The 1099 went out, or the 10999 went out at around 10:15 p.m., telling us the Chopin's heart had stopped. So we dashed across the street to an elevator. We were descending at 10:17 p.m. where Rogers reported that he was dead. That's a full minute. It should blare out on deaf, right? Cardiac activity cessation. Wait, no. No. That's the report going out. The report went out at 10:14, not 10:15. I guess it says around 10:15, but that is a minute of error, which might not matter, but I'm a stickler for details, so maybe it does. We were descending at 10:17 p.m. when Rogers reported that he was dead. At 10:21 p.m. we approached from the front of the building, saw the door ajar, lock blown in. Then Sunshine and I started clearing the first floor. You know, as someone who works in something that can get like crises, where we get like incidents, I've had to write incident reports. And ever since, I have gotten in the habit of doing this thing that London is doing here, where I just like track when I do things mentally in my head. So like, if an incident occurs, on the off chance that it's serious enough that it needs like a proper incident report filed, I'll log like, okay, I did a call at 10:14, I did a like troubleshooting maneuver at 10:17, you know, that type of thing. So I'm not surprised that they also just log all that timing. Also, there's probably fucking cybernetic enhancements that do it for them at this point. You didn't hurry up to the third floor where the dead cop was. Like I testified, Chopin had flatlined, and his own partner had confirmed there was no false alarm. We knew we couldn't do anything for him. Rogers had already apprehended the suspect, so SOP is we focus on securing the area and clearing the premises. How level-headed. So the Officer Rogers we saw in court today really did take Sosuke down all by himself. Yeah, charged in and pistol whipped him right on the head. I assume you found that the first floor was, in fact, clear. Yeah, all these vaults were empty. You didn't wait for Sinus to show up with the spare keys? I just had a really weird thought. Didn't we leave the katana on Sosuke? On Sosuke's body? Did he leave conscious, or was he unconscious when he got carried out, or whatever? If he was conscious, that makes this way more complicated. Where would that be? That would be... Oh, it's in the medical. It's in the medical for sure. Back of the head. Blunt trauma to anterior front right side of the head. Okay. So he probably got beat up and went unconscious, and then kept getting beaten up. My main like incongruity I'm noting was he must have left the cell, and Rogers must have gotten the katana without it becoming like a... What's the word? I was gonna say scramble, but a fight. And, or rather, that must have happened before Chopin died. And I found that really weird. But now I'm thinking that maybe he was just standing out there together with... Or like when Chopin and Rogers arrived, they force him unconscious, start talking about the project they've got going on, and he backstabs him afterwards with the blade. That is a viable series of events. Maybe he sparks a conversation that's really uncomfortable, and that's why Rogers kills him. You didn't wait for Sinus to show up with the spare keys. Surprised you didn't throw your back out kicking down doors. Sunshine helped. Besides, they weren't all locked. They weren't? Yeah, I remember that. That one right there was unlocked. Room 107. New area unlocked? Why the fuck? Detective London testifies that this one vault door was unlocked when he and Detective Race arrived at the scene of the crime. It utilizes a physical key like all the other doors on the premises. Nothing suspicious was found in this or any of the other locked vaults that they cleared. That's so weird. Nothing inside there either, though. Guess the Blue Bloods missed a lock on a nightly roundup or something. Or something got stolen from there. Cyanos has unlocked every door in the building at this point, but when I first walked down this hall and when I walked out the front door later, how did this hall look then? Boys, it's time to restart the case. It's time for a second save file playing the case up until she walks in here. Just to scout the door, okay? If you do manage to find some kind of silent alarm, I'll be impressed. If you prove the shopping was dirty, I'll be floored. But even then, how the hell are you gonna convince a jury that anyone other than Sosuke killed him? It'll be difficult, without accounting for the 4 dead Blue Bloods as well. But if you take it all in as one set, it starts seeming plausible as an internal issue, don't you think? What are you want to pitch this as the Young Bloods and Old Guard going at it? Over what? The juicy bait that Chopin literally died over. Proposition 492. But what's there to disagree about? That project would put money in everyone's pockets. If my theory is correct and Chopin was killed because the Young Bloods didn't want the Old Guards abandoning them... Huh. I'm really intrigued at this theory. But I guess it makes sense. I still think Rogers is a much more logical option. He could also be corrupt, to be fair. The Old Guards have always hedged their bets on the little Lord returning. Does that mean the Red Ink plans to profit off of Prop 492 were a Young Blood conspiracy? Those papers were tucked into Creek's safe before I arrived. Well, good hunting. You won't be joining us? Not this time. I gotta go pump the brakes on Sunshine before she finds a bar. Try not to piss off the Blue Bloods with any more wild accusations while I'm gone. I would never. Take care. And that goes doubly for you, Sparky. What does Sparky mean, by the way? It's a nickname, because you're so bright. A nickname? But I guess people are always calling you ads, whatever they like, huh? Sorry, I should have asked first. What do you mean? I'll just call you Sarah. But it's my nickname. You gave it to me. You can't just take it back. Well, okay then, Sparky. What the hell? Did you hate Spearmint that much? I would never want to seem ungrateful. I forgot that we named her Spearmint. Oh, that's really funny. Seems like the smell's starting to fade. Barely even the memory of blood, now that so many feet have trodden through here. Nothing lasts forever. Miss Hahn? What? No, I already called you this morning. No, they're not. No, they're not. You're being paranoid. Yes, I'm sure. Yes, I'll call you tonight. Bye. Didn't mean to interrupt another lover's quarrel. What? Oh no, that was... Dementia meds aren't working. They get confused this time of day. Are you that much of a good person in this day and age, in this part of town, in this organization, wearing these clothes at this crime scene? I don't believe that for a second. Sorry. Forget it. That's what I'm gonna do. Just gonna turn my phone off for a minute and forget. Wait, do you have dementia? Cute android, by the way. So, what's up? There's a couple ways of going about this, but none of them are surefire. She is about to get Morgan killed. No, she's about to get whoever's trying to get Morgan killed. Might as well start out big and see if there's anything to this theory. Do the Blue Bloods use silent alarms? Yeah, of course. Thank you for telling us. Sure. I'm actually going to need a bit more than that, Miss Hahn. It's just Hahn. Did Creek have a silent alarm? She's hesitating all of a sudden. Is she unsure of the answer, or did she just give her first answer without thinking about where it would lead? Nothing like that installed in the building. Arcs would have shoot it up and spat it out by now. The Arcs is not flawless, it can miss things. Look, you've seen the level of tech we Blue Bloods have. It's secure, but it ain't subtle. True. An Orca-run security firm won't have quite as much luck hiding their subsystems from the police as David Asher did, Sarah. But the Arcs can miss things that aren't tech at all. I really like that, by the way, that they... One issue that I think a lot of games like this have is that whenever anything gets introduced, it sort of becomes precedent for every case going forward as the established order. So if someone, like, has technology to the point where they can trick stuff like the Arcs, every case afterwards will operate under the assumption that that's happening. And sure, you as the player have to understand that it's possible, but within reasonable limits. I feel like it's almost taken for granted that that's what's happening in future cases, like they're building on mechanics. I think it's a sign of a confident story to just be like, dude, they can't do that. That was a very special case. But the Arcs can miss things that aren't tech at all. Silent alarm, that's analog? Let me know if you figured that one out. Either an alarm is analog and loud, or digital and silent. They don't mix. She's defensive, but her logic is sound. Approaching it from the other angle then. How could an analog silent alarm possibly function? Huh. Good question. A literal alarm, but one that can't be heard under normal circumstances. That feels like a hint. What a horrible smell in here. Like a dog whistle, exactly. Yep. You once bragged to me about your sense of smell. I don't think I was bragging. Could have sworn you puffed your chest out at the time. Doesn't matter. If I asked you to sniff something out, could you find it? What would you like me to look for? I still don't have a clear picture of what happened after I left, but there's one thing I know should be here that hasn't turned up once yet. Huh? Can you smell the knife? Right, I'm the only one who knows about the knife. While I don't know where it went, I do know it had plenty of blood on it when I last saw it. I want you to smell for blood. Adonai, do you really need me to help you find blood in here? I'm not asking you to sniff in here. I want you to smell out the window. I'll try. There are many strong smells in this part of the city, Adonai, but there is something truly unpleasant as well. Something beneath this fire escape. Okay, now go fetch. You could ask nicely. Wait, Sarah. Yes? That's a very old, rusted fire escape. Take the stairs. You're too heavy. You gotta go down in weight, bro. You're too heavy. As you command, Adonai. Un instant. I love this transition screen. This is one thing that I think Umineko got very, very right. The like broken clock transition. I think adding stuff like that helps a lot for the vibe, and the Un instant is perfect for this game. Several minutes later, Sarah returned, looking worse for wear and seemingly in a bad mood. Did the weight comment bother her that much? Adonai, I do not like digging through trash. It is not a dignified way to investigate. Wasn't it like empty when we... I could have sworn the dumpster was empty. It doesn't say anything on it. Or... it had one thing in it, but I don't recall what it was. I remember them talking about it though. Digging in people's trash is the basis of all good investigation. Easy for you to say when you aren't wearing all white. Did you find something? Yes. My knife, and it's... charred? Charred. Really? How? Excuse me. I found it amongst the ashes of a blackened steel drum below the fire escape. It seems to have been the side of a fire. That sounds familiar. Wasn't there a barrel burning in the alley when I first scooped the place out? Okay, the kid is getting a little likelier for this part. Small break, I gotta take my meds. Before I forget. I love taking meds, man. It's my favorite hobby. Especially when they taste bad. Anyway, my name is Morgan and I'm a sociopath. Imagine if Niklas is right again. I mean... Niklas is on a hot streak, so... It would make sense for him to be right the entire rest of the stream. What a bitter pill to swallow, taking medication. Shut the fuck up. There were signs of a chemical flame retardant being applied to the barrel. I love that... oh, what's it called? It's... Inflammable and flammable have the same meaning. That's like one of the funniest things in the English language to me. I think it's so good. Real troll shit. Can you do an opposite of a VIP for me, like a suspicious user tag? If Twitch was good, I would. Unfortunately, Twitch is not a good website, so I can't. Police must have put the fire out when they first secured the scene. Meaning the knife wasn't in a fire all night, but still. There does indeed appear to be blood on this knife, Adonai. So, how did both the police and Zionist miss it? Their noses aren't as good as yours, evidently. That is true, but they have drones and dogs for this kind of thing. Yeah, but they have to actually use them. They'd have no reason to search the vicinity for a bloodied knife if they found a sword sticking out of a corpse's midsection. So why do you, Morgan? Sarah, you are so, like, good-natured. You gotta turn a little more evil. You gotta go a little further on the Erica scale, okay? Shall we ask the police to check for fingerprints? Fingerprints are mostly oil and sweat. Fire evaporates them both. Then, we have to test and see whose blood is on that knife. But DNA is damaged by heat as well. You know, before DNA analysis, blood had another forensic use, did it? You mean blood typing? The DNA on the knife might be too damaged, but the modern analytical tools should be able to at least identify blood typing. That could work, Adonai. Great. Ready to get started? Pardon? You were capable of recognizing my DNA, weren't you? But when we first met, yes, but... So why don't you try your hand at analyzing blood type? It's gotta be simpler, right? It might be, but Adonai, to analyze the blood on this knife, I would have to use my ton... Pretend it's a lollipop or something. It's blood. Okay, I have a new request for the devs. Make Sarah a vampire by the end of this. I think that would go super hard. Well done, blood. It'll taste like beef. You don't know what human blood tastes like? We might, actually. Of course I don't. Look, the fire sanitized it, probably. Just get it over with. I will reference this incident the next time we discuss races, Adonai. You don't have rights. What do you mean, races? You don't have rights. Who doesn't know what blood tastes like? I know what my own blood tastes like. I don't know what... charred blood tastes like. I don't know what dried blood tastes like. I was a weird kid. I actually really liked the taste of my own blood as a kid. Fine by me. Because that's never happening. What the fuck do you mean? This is the cutest, most out of place thing I've ever seen. This game is too good, actually. And Morgan, you owe a apology to Sarah, and preferably like ice cream or something. Like, she deserves it, okay? There's blood from more than one person present. Actual child abuse? It would be if she was a person. Mostly B minus, I believe, with some A, B minus are on the tip. No, it wasn't Creek we stabbed with it. It was Miller, right? Yeah, Miller's the one who got stabbed in the neck. Yes, it's Miller who got stabbed in the neck. Okay. With the knife. Some A, B minus around the tip. It said A, B minus. Yes, okay. Let's go through it then. A plus. O minus. B plus, A minus. If it's you, my brain is so unbelievably broken. If it's you, this game is even better than I thought. And the worst part is, given the conversations they've had, I feel like she's also a serial killer, you know? Or rather, I won't say I feel like that's true. I will say I think it's not out of the question. We didn't bleed, though. Did we? If we bled on that knife, that's a big problem. Why do you also gotta have it? What the fuck, man? Do you think Morgan's a clone of Masters? Sorry, I'm just spitballing because it's in the future. Why do you also gotta have the same blood type? Can you motherfuckers get different blood types? Okay. At least Shopping doesn't have it. Mostly B minus, I believe, where some A, B minus are on the tip. Alright, now I can cross-reference that with the rest of the data I have. Thank you for the report, Sarah. You've given me a new lead to follow. Yes, Adonai. And you've just made your first forensic contribution to an ongoing criminal investigation. Yeah, Miller's the person we stabbed in the neck with the knife. So that one tracks, thankfully. First forensic contribution to an ongoing criminal investigation. I love this as my knife at the top. My wife. A mass-produced medium-sized combat knife sold at a wide variety of outdoors or hunting vendors, recovered at the bottom of an ash-filled barrel in the alley just outside the crime scene. Bears clear signs of blood on the blade, despite being significantly charred by flames. Sarah's unique but nonetheless admissible forensic analysis found the presence of the following. Type B minus blood and type AB minus blood. What I was gonna say is something slightly unrelated, but I just thought about it because we're hitting the 2-hour mark of the stream. Has anyone of you gotten ads recently? All of your subs have expired, as far as I can tell. Have you gotten like mid-stream ads, or is it just the one when you enter the stream at first? No? Good. Okay, then we'll keep just the pre-stream stuff. It gets fewer viewers overall, but I don't care. It's a better experience for everyone here, which is what matters. So we are going to keep ads off. I thought that Twitch shaded and played mid-roll ads anyway. If you start getting mid-roll ads, please tell me, because there's a chance that they edited something and put it back to default. Or some shit, and don't tell anyone like they always do. How many androids can say that? Now, come on. We've got some boxes to take. Exactly, Munch. And I feel like I will only get discovery from, like, YouTube anyway. Red ink protocol, designed to make data difficult to physically redistribute. Couldn't anyone just take out their phone and snap a picture of the pages? Seems that some of the responding officers attempted to. The arcs show that they failed. That's some fancy ink. What do you see when you look at the pages then? No more detail than you do, I'm afraid. It's strange, isn't it? They went to such lengths to protect this information, and yet these papers were left out where Officer Chopin or anyone could read them. And again, I think they were moved by Chopin. They weren't left there by Creek. I took the documents out of his safe so I could reach the mask. I must have left them out on the desk afterwards. Interesting. Anchor Ton, supposedly. He was the first to die. Logically, he had to have been. He's the one who had the gun. If an attacker got it away from him, they must have done so first. Yes, I can see that the gun is registered to him. Right, registered. Who the hell would look at this guy with that gun and just nod him along? Patrol officers TC and HR 1 week ago. You have got to be fucking kidding me. First of all, Morgan, I hope you realize that these are Chopin and Rogers. But also, you have got to be fucking kidding me. Well, that's one for the theory that Chopin was a blue blood. TC and HR, Tarek Chopin and Huey Rogers. Badge numbers match. Seems like they detained Anchor Tan briefly during a stop and frisk and found this gun on him. Finding a gun like this on anyone with priors during a stop and frisk, at the very minimum, that's grounds for 28 days detainment. Why did they just let him go? Did they? Okay, it's not listed here. So they did let him go. Is it possible that he was a criminal informant? That was my first thought. When, I don't remember what caused it, but in the courtroom, something caused me to have that thought. If he was a CI, they wouldn't have even logged the incident. And besides, patrol officers don't have their own CIs. Then perhaps they let him go for some other reason. Because they'd already gotten what they wanted from him. Make sure to copy the file of that stop and frisk report. Right away. Found on Tank's person over a week ago during a routine civilian frisk by officers TC and HR. Report follows. Subject in possession of firearm in violation of parole. Firearm shows signs of illegal modification. Subject in possession of suspect communication software installed on personal phone. Okay. Subject released with a warning in accordance with Police Code 65329E. Personal discretion without prejudice. Okay, that is really fucking weird. I agree, Munch. What the fuck? Why what? Right away. So this is where they found Creek's body. He was the only one that didn't die instantly. If anyone had the chance to use a silent alarm. No, he must have been paralyzed in between the time he was shot and his actual expiration. They weren't paralyzed. What do you mean? If they had been paralyzed, Yumi would have noted that in her autopsy. That's true. But he just sat there limp the whole time, didn't even try to move. Could he have contacted Chopin before he died? Didn't he have like a responder on him, like an earphone or whatever? He was playing dead. Letting me think that he couldn't move so I wouldn't notice his... Was anything found in his hands? Anything at all? It doesn't seem like it. They weren't holding something by the time their body got to the morgue. If he had been holding something, but dropped it when he died... Let me look. For what? Anything small enough to fit in the palm of your hand. Hang on. What's this? What's that? Did you just jump? I was merely surprised by that sound, Adonai. What sound? I just brushed against this. This little toy thing? You can hear it? Have you never seen a dog whistle before? I can, and it's not exactly pleasant on the ears. Could any android hear it, or is this some special feature David gave you? I'd imagine any android or robot or electronic device with modern features could pick up this tone. Maybe I should close the window before I test it anymore, and stop torturing all the dogs in the neighborhood. Closing the window would not matter. It's soundproof though, but the specific frequency of this tone is not in your audible spectrum to begin with. Right. That is actually factually true, I believe. The higher frequency it is, the easier of a time it has to move through solid objects. If I recall correctly, I could be misremembering that, but I'm pretty sure that's how it works. So this would be... This could get through. And if he was spam pressing this, then that would be how Tarek got notified. Do you really think Creek was toying with that nuisance maker in their final moments? It would depend how they soundproofed it, but she does say that the wall wouldn't matter. Picked up by electronics, huh? The thing is, it doesn't even have to be... It doesn't even have to produce sound large enough in order for Tarek Chopin to hear it. Just for a piece of electronics outside to hear it, that then responds to Tarek. So he could have had an analog one, while outside there's a electronic one somewhere in the vicinity. Our client, Sosuke. According to Rogers, this is how he found him. Thrusting the sword into Chopin. Is his name Chopin because he got chopped in half? Or merely trying to retrieve it? Not a huge improvement there. He really was found in a terrible state, wasn't he? Yeah. It sucks to come from Arkansas, I agree. And that was before the police gave him his cop killer welcoming end. Sarah, bring up the medical files on Sosuke. I want to go over everything we know about how he looked when Rogers arrested him. What specifically? Wound patterns. How exactly was he injured? Oh, wrong button. His left hand was broken. He had internal bleeding throughout his torso. Bruising and rope burns on his wrists where he was bound. Contusions? What? I don't know what that word means. Is that bruises? It's not contour. What is contusions? Contusion. Contusion is bruise. Okay. Oh yeah, okay, cool. Like when your skin goes dark? Oh, okay, internal bleeding. Well, this is from before he beat him up more, right? And he also sustained a large blunt force trauma wound on the back of the head. His biggest wound was to the back of his head? I guess if he fell backwards to the ground. There's also a small cut on his left hand. How small? As if he cut himself in the kitchen. What? Wasn't expecting a metaphor there, but it's effective enough. It was covered in blood, right? Were samples taken for analysis? Exactly. Munch, you're correct. This is from before. The blood on his torso and head was all his own. He got some of Chopin's blood on him while he was face down, being cuffed by Officer Rogers. And he also had a great deal of trace blood on his feet and pant legs. Any other questions about our client's arrest, Adonai? Not unless there are some other crime scene photos you've been holding out on me. I'm afraid not. Why is it that I'm the only one who's made an effort to preserve the crime scene? Because you're the only professional killer here? The rest are incidental killers, maybe? They're way sloppier than you are? Which points again to the Hound not being responsible, but I think we can... I won't say rule it out, but I would be surprised if the Hound was responsible. It would be cool, though. I was gonna say that Ace Attorney would never have the guts to make the... is the defendant? Yeah, the defendant actually guilty. But then I realized it did do that, like, twice, I believe, and one of the cases is one of the best in the series, so never mind, I take it back. Is this evidence? It's a piece of crap some crime scene tech left behind, nothing relevant about it. Yes, you're right, it's just displaying a news article that they must have been reading. Apparently, they've arrested the Heartbreak Kid. Nani? Nani Sefak? Copycat. Yes, the Heartbreaker Killer's copycat. And it seems... Just let me skim it for myself. Okay, I'm glad it wasn't... I'm glad they don't report it as the original. Are you saying Morgan's the copycat? Maybe that's true. Maybe Masters is the original and she's the copycat. Suspected Heartbreak copycat foiled. Arrested. An individual suspected of planning an act of terror has been arrested, thanks to quick response from local police and well-coordinated efforts from state investigators. The suspect, whose identifying information has not been released to the public, was apprehended by officers seemingly in the midst of preparing their attack, having already loaded a firearm and several magazines of ammunition into their vehicle. Oh. I thought that meant that, like, the gun was mounted on the vehicle, but no, I get. I'm stupid. Police have not commented on whether the firearm in question was properly tagged, but insiders with close ties to the investigation claim that the weapon itself was not what led to the arrest. We had identified a troubling pattern of net activity in the days leading up to the arrest, concerning searches and attempts to access old net portals. The suspect had already been on our radar by that point, so when they posted that manifesto, we were able to quickly secure a warrant for their arrest. The whole manifesto in question consists of what was, at the time, a publicly accessible online document praising Heartbreak's hardline stance against neoliberals' corporate soft power, and listing a number of complaints and criticisms against the recent business decisions made by Hanami Robotics. Most notably, an announcement made on their last earnings call that they would begin moving manufacturing jobs offshore. While the decision landed Hanami in some controversy at the time, their stock price steadily increased in the days after, reflecting optimism amongst the shareholders that Hanami's lucrative product lines of mostly heavy construction robots would no longer be so strictly tied to national politics. When the arrest was first made, no clear connection between the individual and Hanami was apparent. But Hanami's CFO has since been seen speaking at an investor conference at a hotel within 50 kilometers of the suspect's residence, suggesting a possible target. The takeaway here is that terrorist acts like this one are easily caught, easily prevented, and there is no standing risk to the public, said lead investigator Kennings in his official statement to the press. To any dissidents out there thinking they're the next Heartbreak just because you brought a gun, or bought a gun, you will be caught, you will be prosecuted, and your hero won't be far behind. Update. Hanami Robotics has yet to respond to requests for comment, but their official social media accounts have released simultaneous statements denouncing in the strongest terms rising violence and thanking investigators for their swift and decisive actions. We have also learned that a select portion of shareholders have received messages clarifying Hanami's global market strategy and reaffirming their commitment to their workers as well as to their customers and shareholders. Whether this is indication of a reversal of the decision to relocate manufacturing jobs overseas. Like what you're reading? Like what you see, boy? Does it change how you feel about Hanami Robotics? What if you could have access to stories like this hours or even days before the rest of the public? With a Premier account, you'll have access to all of our updates on the business world as soon as they hit our desk. Remember, that's not insider trading, that's forerunner trading. Why did you say it like that? Because that is what the like what you're reading reminds me of. The fucking, like what you see, boy. And the parody, which is like, does it awaken something in you? I forget how that one finishes, though. I don't remember if you have to check the article afterwards, but now that I've read it, I can. Seems like Heartbreak isn't going away, no matter what happened to the original. So it would seem. That about wraps it up in here. Miss Han, since Sinus is technically in charge of securing the crime scene, what should we do with this? Do with what? Adonai, please refrain from pressing that button any more than necessary. Oh shit. It's just like I thought. The dog whistle gets picked up by the phone. Which means that any blue blood in the area with a phone that does that can then report to Shopping. Very sus. Sorry, Sarah, I can see you don't like it, but Miss Han's phone doesn't seem to like it either. It's just Han. And I don't know what you're talking about. I get messages all the time. Han, ma'am, if you could please just admit it so she stops pressing that. Fine, whatever, yes, you found one of our alarms. Okay, I wasn't with you, Marcus, when you said child abuse. Before. That right there was child abuse. And I think we should kill Morgan for it. Not really, it's just an app. You set the frequency and get a notif if the app picks it up. The range? A couple kilometers. Jesus! H. Christ. Thanks for clearing that up. Well, I have you here, though. Exactly how fast did you show up to the scene of the crime? Pardon? This is a, blue blood neighborhood. Do you really expect people to believe the cops lumbered their way here faster than any of you could? What exactly are you trying to say? Yeah, I'm tuned to that frequency. But I'm tuned to a lot of frequencies. It's a good way of communicating without the Megs or the pigs listening in. So you didn't get this alarm the night of the incident? Didn't even know it went off that night. You got proof it did? Can you explain how else Officer Shopping could have gotten here? Nah, not my job to either. Is it your job to come to a fellow Blue Blood's aid when they're desperately calling for help? I didn't know Creek like that. I didn't say Creek was the one who had this. Well, to be fair, that's probably pretty easy to explain away by him being the leader of the fucking club, the group. I saw where you were poking around, and they're the head of the pod. I assumed Creek's a stranger to me, even though you're both young bloods. What? I'm guessing that's what the tattoo means. Neither of you make much effort to hide it. Ooh. I thought that was for every blue blood. Now I have to keep an eye out for different signs on people like Shopping. It's possible that old bloods have a different calling card than that then. It's very possible. It is plainly visible, even in their autopsy photos. You have no idea what this ink means. Would you tell us what it means? Blood bag. What? The old guard use you as donors. Gangsters live a life of drugs, smoking, drinking, and back alley mods. Then end up with livers and kidneys that look like shard steak. Who could have guessed? Got no children, cause the Ikaria killed them all. Can't get on the donor list because they're geriatric, reviled crime lords. So what do? Hey kid, wanna be a gang star? Let me see if you got what it takes. Hold still while I prick your finger. They tattooed our torsos, cause even if you mod off all 4 limbs, you'll still pump clean plasma. Every drop an indicator of quality. I'm a universal donor, so I've got 3. AAA graded, just like meat. And Creek? Save it for the trial, lady. That's intriguing. Are we done here, you think? Not quite. Checking the vault. Emma's argument is that Sosuke didn't escape from here. This is not the vault, this is the torture area. That makes sense. I just thought that it would make sense to check the vault that has random information, or like that was open. Or rather, try and figure out if it was closed when we went there and it's open now, and why that would be the case. I'm thinking sleeper agent stuck in there like a cryopod. Broke free, it's one of the huntsmen. He was brought out into the other room to be questioned, and then he broke free. I know that's not true. Sosuke would have been stuck here until the police arrived if I hadn't handed him the Mag US to... well, frame him. The knife, also to frame him. But secondarily so that he could cut himself free from his bindings. Those bloody rags there? Remember what Sosuke told us when we first met? That he was bound in here the whole time until his bad Samaritan came along? And gave him a knife. Now we know what knife he was talking about. And now, I want to know whose blood this is. I forgot that she gave him the knife. That is interesting. It means that whoever killed it can't have done so before... before Sosuke was let out of his cell. I guess technically, but that becomes a lot more contrived. And now, I want to know whose blood this is. The blood on the bindings? It would have to belong to Sosuke, wouldn't it? All the other bodily fluids in this room do. Probably, but I need to know. Sarah, I need you to pick up on the fact that Morgan is a murderer, and I need you to decide to kill her. And I need you to be the protagonist so that you can live a life free of being treated like a convenient tool like this. Is Morgan perhaps a bad mother? No, I think she's pretty based. You've already done it once. What's one more time? One more time will surely make me sick. I think you're immune to sickness, lady. Please, Adonai, let us ask one of the science employees on standby to analyze it. They have a record for very fast turnaround on DNA tests, I promise. I can show you customer reviews. That's right, Science does DNA testing. Typically paternity tests as part of their private investigative services. But they have been assisting the police with DNA analysis around the scene. I'll flag the bindings to be analyzed. Wait. I've already made the request, Adonai. If you insist on making me test the bindings myself now, you will only be upsetting my stomach to satisfy your own impatience. Fine. But I'm gonna cite this incident the next time we discuss a race. Owned. Really is a shithole in here, though, huh? I agree with your sentiment, if not your choice of words. It feels like a cruel place. What is it? Was there something we missed in here, Adonai? Why are the windows cleaned now? Why would you clean the windows? No, not in here. The windows. They were closed when Creek was shot, still closed when Shopin and Rogers arrived on site. But they were open by the time Rogers got to this room. I used that contradiction to argue for the presence of a third party. Because someone must have opened them, to go down the fire escape. And then what? It must have dropped down to the alley and ran away, right? Yeah. That's one option. What's the other? It's very possible that they arrived at the crime scene. Rogers arrived at the crime scene, killed Chopin, opened the windows as like a lure, and then never left through it. That is technically possible, I suppose. But at some point, he or someone else must have moved the dumpster to either make it look like they escaped from there, or I mean, that's what it would have to be if they didn't actually use it. That also seems weird. Why would you do that? Would it kill them to do some sweeping around here? I guess that would be contaminating the crime scene at this point. Also putting the knife in the dumpster too? Yeah, that's true. Good point. But then, what the hell do all these cops and sinus chumps actually do? Lean on walls and screw around on their phones? I think you're being a bit harsh in your assessment, but you aren't alone in your criticism. Detective Reyes had much to say about how sinus employees were not wearing gloves and knocking over trash. Dun dun dun. If they had picked up trash, that'd be removing evidence. The arcs would light up. Adding trash, though? Adonai? Help me look through this. Garbage again? Already? Just start looking. If any of it requires DNA analysis. Wait, there. Red. I don't smell any blood. Not blood. Ink. A torn page of the red ink documents. With what looks like a shoe print on it. Shall we try and match it to samples? Good luck. Cops and security types all wear the same kind of boots. On top of which, 99 out of 100 shoes in the city are made by the same two Megs. But if the print isn't useful, that just leaves the actual text, and that looks like all the letters were all run through the wash a couple dozen too many times. Well, it isn't particularly informative, and I don't understand exactly how this clue fits in with everything else we've seen. But doesn't this seem important? Yes, Sarah, I would argue that this is a key piece of evidence. I just don't understand how yet. It's crazy how they made the evidence collection investigation scenes way less annoying than Ace Attorney. And just way more interesting overall. A scrap of a red ink document with a common type of boot print left on it, recovered from the room directly below the crime scene, was missed or disregarded by previous sweeps of the building that dismissed it as trash. Having been exposed to natural humidity for some time, the red ink is already illegible, but a watermark remains visible in the corner. Well, a watermark, huh? Isn't that interesting? Isn't that a little intriguing? That it's the cyanus watermark even. But doesn't this seem important? How could it have been lying here, neglected this whole time? Nah, princess. I'll have to call you right back. Of course, wouldn't dream of it. Come on. You know me. What do you find there? More dead man's garbage? Keep it up and you girls are gonna make me look bad. Happy to be of assistance. So, would you like to add this to the arcs, or should I? Well, seems like you got momentum going, so please don't let me get in your way. Oh, you've gotten in our way plenty already, you motherfucker. You don't wear gloves on the job, Miss Han. Ooh. It's just Han, but you already know that. You probably also know that they don't really make them in my size. So if we found your fingerprints in here, on those windows, or even upstairs... Oh man, I'd be pretty embarrassed. We almost always get rated 5 stars. So, do you need me to walk you out? I'll be fine, thanks. Suit yourself. Just be careful, you don't get lost. Sun will be going down soon. It can be hard to find your way back in the dark. Yeah, okay. This idea is starting to look like a pretty safe bet. You fear the shopping was assassinated as an attack on the old guard? But how can we confirm it? We still haven't met anyone from the old guard. We probably have. Though even if we had, it occurs to me that they would be reluctant to speak with Sosuke Karia's legal team. Don't be so pessimistic. The enemy of my enemy is usually willing to at least talk. And talk is where I do all my best work. Debatable. And that's not a insult. Where do we look then? You still got the address boss gave us? Hello, Ale. It is a long time no see. How are you doing? Hope you've been well, friend. I have been. Life is going good. We're playing a murder mystery game. It's like I never left. 6:06 p.m. August 15th, 2086. Blue Blood Territory. Happy New Year and Happy Christmas to you too. What brings you to this accursed place again? I say again as if like you left for like any specific reason and not just because I stopped streaming for a while, but so I'm happy to see you again, I suppose. You haven't joined in for any of the Last Sovereign streams, so it's curious to see you here for the murder mystery. Do you just have an affinity for murder mysteries? No, you were there for the melee streams too, so that's a lie. Hey there, tall, red, and mysterious. Ladies, please, come in. Don't be shy. Let me guide you to a booth. Also, you should be aware, this is the most lesbian game ever. Local host, that's the name of the bar. Should we take a seat for now? A taste as expensive as yours? If you get near a menu, these people will drain my checking account on overpriced champagne faster than I can blink. Oh, champagne! As much as you'd like. Stopping by to say hi. I rarely use Twitch now. I've been working like crazy around 15 hours a day for the last couple of months. That's not healthy. I gotta say. I work 12-hour shifts. I can do 15. But when you say a day, that shit becomes heavily unhealthy very fast. But I'm happy you're earning that cash at least, I guess. Just take care of yourself, okay? I'm worried, man. I know what it's like to work long shifts. And 15 a day does not sound good. Local host as a bar name is incredibly corny. It's incredibly good, more like. Fucking everyone's a hater in the chat. This is gonna derail fast if I don't find a way to shut it down. A surefire way to get exactly the right kind of attention and douse their salesmanship in one go. It's a really rewarding profession, IMO. What are you doing? Is it... You're not a lawyer, are you? I'll need to go with that. Hey, please don't frown. A smile would suit your pretty face much. I need to speak with your manager. No, I'm a therapist and I work with autistic kids. Okay, never mind. I can see why that would be incredibly rewarding. I hope you at least get some proper time off between, like, a group of work days instead of the specific, 5 days a week, 15 hours. If that's the case, I can definitely see why that would be rewarding. What happened? As a host club name? Okay, you're right. Local host as a host club name is very funny. I love that name. What happened? They're all walking away. Hey, mama. There's some kind of, I don't know, accountant or whatever here to talk to you. The voice on the other end of his earpiece grumbles a response. A cranky one, judging by his reaction. Mama will be out in a second. You're expected to buy something in the meantime. You got tap water. You don't want to drink the tap water in this district. Soda water. It's all overpriced, lady. Might as well get something you'll enjoy. I love that they just admit it as well. I thought my first visit to a host club would be more celebratory than this. How much thought have you given the subject? I hate that my brain immediately placed Sarah in Oren High School host club. And like, she needs to be aged up a couple years, but she fits in there really, really well. Or rather, she would be such a funny addition. I get my weekends off, and my morning is with one specific kid, and on the afternoons, a few for an hour session, so it doesn't feel that overwhelming. Fair enough. If you're not constantly, like, working, I can see how that would work. I feel like it would probably eat at me working those hours, regardless of what profession it is. But I also don't know how I would feel. It might be rewarding enough. I mean, I know people who work in the care industry that work similar hours, and they can do it. So, I'm just worried when I hear 15 hours, okay? But you've cleared it up, and I will no longer be dumb and, like, argumentative about your work that you know best, okay? I won't mansplain at you anymore. That's what I'm saying. How much thought have you given the subject? A lot. You think they were being literal when they said you were expected to make a purchase? Probably. Doesn't mean I'll oblige them. Power play, baby. But it's not like spending money here will make them less likely to cooperate. I would offer some suggestions based on customer reviews and price points, but for some reason I don't see prices listed on any of the items on their menu. Was this mistake made when formatting the data? I really hate this place. Oh. Okay. Ale. Because your name is Ale, you have to pick. We're in a sketchy bar where everything is overpriced, and we could either not buy anything as a power move, or we could buy either champagne, wine, or beer. You decide. What is your favorite? Wine? Cool, I agree. Morgan has red hair and is a classy lady. I agree with wine. I'll have a glass of the house red. The bartender raises their brow before nodding. When they finish pouring, I'm left with a thin-necked glass of lightly bubbling crimson, and the unshakable feeling that a hole's been bored into my wallet. Candy red, is that good? Most red wines are darker than that, and most red wines also smell more... You're telling me I just bought a glass of food dye and vodka or something? Possibly, but you wouldn't be the only one to do so, looking around the room. When in Rome is pretty shitty logic when Rome happens to be burning cash all around you. Well, I agreed with your pick, and I agreed that it suited the occasion, but Morgan didn't like it, and I want Morgan to love me, so that is a negative points for you. Have you ever been to an establishment like this before? No. Not even when you were apprenticing? There may have been certain work parties where attendance was strongly encouraged, but I'd never set foot within a kilometer of a place like this otherwise. I suppose if you have a hard spending limit, there's only so much you can enjoy. And it's not a matter of cost. It's a matter of taste. Why did that one come from off-screen? Surely everyone enjoys being paid attention. No? It's flattering. Fuck you, Morgan. It was perfect for the occasion. Fair. I want you to know you don't want to say fuck you, Morgan, because she is a serial killer and an attorney, a defense attorney, so she could protect herself as well and frame you very easily. Not everyone takes to being complimented. I see. So you respond more to being challenged. Please, more on this line of thought. I need you to go through the entire, like, Mayor Briggs test on Morgan. Fuck and fuck me, Morgan. Exactly. That is the vibe. What do you think? I'll tell you this, Ale. If you want... Okay. Here's the short synopsis of this case specifically. We murdered 4 people in a like drug den. They had a Yakuza member chained up, a Yakuza assassin chained up, who we framed for the murders by planting the murder weapons on them. And then they broke free, got arrested by police. We ended up becoming the defense attorney, and it turns out a fifth person died who was a like important police officer who is a son of two politicians in the city and like had ties to the mafia group down low. So now we're trying to figure out, why did the fifth person die? How did the fifth person die? Do they know about us, the first four killers, right? And we also can't get ourselves like suspected by the prosecutor, who's supremely intelligent. Also, the Sarah here is an AI. Everyone thinks it's an android. Androids follow the tenets, basically the laws of robotics. They can't hurt humans, etc. Sarah has none of those restrictions. She's born a year ago and has superhuman strength, insane intelligence, can browse the internet in a fraction of a second, and has no limits whatsoever. So she could probably kill anyone on Earth or do whatever she wants when she, you know, grows up a little bit. But she's cute as fuck, so I don't mind. Bad enough that I'm walking into the lion's den here. She also doesn't know that we're the killer, so we kind of have to keep it quiet from our assistant as well. We don't want Sarah to figure us out. Stepping even further into blue blood territory to defend an Ikaria assassin. Do I really have to wait for the shoe to drop in a place this sleazy too? Are you perhaps not enjoying yourself, Adonai? You're getting better at picking up on that. You are frowning quite openly. Are we in danger of getting arrested here? There's nothing illegal about a host club. A host or hostess club is a type of nightclub in which staff cater to clientele with attention, conversation, company, and flirtatious behavior. The talent, hosts or hostesses, make most of their wages through what is essentially a commission on the sale of drinks, food, and or other services by the club. While host clubs and their associated culture were intermittently fairly niche during the 20th century and saw a large decline in popularity for the first half of the 21st century, they've undergone somewhat of a renaissance in the last 20 or 30 years, shifting cultural norms about parasociality, online dating, and work-life harmony may have contributed to this phenomenon. Most sociologists have observed that host clubs have developed a new reputation as a kind of social gym, where young adults can exercise their social skills in a low-risk environment. Others argue that increase in average work hours have pushed single individuals away from the traditional drinking culture and long-term dating. And for employees of multinational corporations who maintain running discrete tabs at select establishments... attendance may be seen as an advisable or even mandatory step in acquiring and maintaining relationships with their superiors. That was so hard to parse for no reason. Despite the global trend of the decriminalization of sex work, host clubs have remained a distinct industry. That said, it is hardly uncommon for staff at one establishment or the other to switch sides. Users also frequently search for how to build confidence, how to know if the hostess really likes you, courtesan versus hostess, who would win? The writing in this game is really, really good, Ale, I'll say. If you played on Ace Attorney, this game is IMO better than all the Ace Attorneys, but it's the same format. So, are you just uncomfortable then? Unamused. What kind of light reading gets tossed around at a club like this? Probably something along the lines of, I spent every night at a host club for 1 year. Here's what the staff taught me about emotional workloads in corporate settings. Oh wait, this actually looks somewhat interesting. Fungus stymies bamboo, stokes unrest. Less than ideal rainfall patterns, met with greater than usual saltwater floodings, had already left many of the tropically centered macro farms that produce most of the world's bamboo struggling to meet the demand. Now, with increasingly widespread reports of fungal infections, tensions are beginning to rise in the region as its large migrant worker population is faced with the possibility of one of the worst quarters on record. Bamboo is a highly versatile crop cultivated successfully for thousands of years, and on all 7 continents. I gotta double check. It's the 7... We have 7 continents in our reality, right? Right? I gotta double check. We're still at 7, right? There's no, like, nuclear war that split a continent in this universe. Yeah, I thought so. I thought so, but I wasn't 100. I could actually probably count them, now that I think about it. That wouldn't be too hard. But I don't know if... I don't have fingers that go up high enough to 7, so I can't do that. But in recent decades, advances in agricultural genetics and greater restrictions on the lumber industry's woodcutting activity have led to bamboo becoming a premier organic manufacturing and construction material for much of the world, especially in impoverished regions that often lack the machinery required to process advanced synthetic equivalents. The hardy plant can grow in a wide variety of environments and humidity levels, and has even been considered an aggressive invasive species at times. But modern, genetically modified monocultures are tailored to grow specifically in a small number of tropic and subtropic biomes, intended to provide a stable cash crop for regions that have historically struggled to farm soy, sugar, or wheat. But it's a delicate balancing act between tuning a cultivar to a target environment and rendering it unviable in the wild. And years like this one can put that vulnerability on full display. The fungus practically shoots through the grooves. You can see it growing with the naked eye, said one worker, who requested anonymity due to concerns over their citizenship status. The company tells us to just burn it all, but it's too damp for anything to catch fire. Bamboo is hard to burn, so they want us using this incendiary stuff, and they won't pay for us to have masks. I love the future. Data on the efficiency of burn pits in combating the spread of the fungus is limited, but most corporate officials agree that the risk of inhalation among personnel is low and masks are an unnecessary measure. Some of the migrant worker population, however, is arguing that the hesitancy to provide masks is more politically motivated. Plotters... This is the longest article in the fucking game, man. Plotters' rebellion was decades ago, but the gas mask is still a powerful symbol even today. Back then, workers went on strike because the conditions growing mushrooms in the fungal plots were so unbearable. Now, this fungus is cutting into profits again. You've got a lot of workers dependent on the industry, a lot of young people who could easily be out of work. I'd be surprised if they weren't getting nervous. It is true that the region is home to a disproportionately young population, as many international trade schools have flocked to tropical climates in an attempt to attract students with promises of low cost of living and vacation-like idyllic conditions. And though education lies firmly in the realm of corporate authority, government officials are also keenly aware of the risks and challenges associated with such a large student population. Ramsay syndrome remains a serious concern among... We're having difficulty authenticating your identity. Can you provide some basic info so we can get this web page displaying properly for you? Jesus, that was a long-ass article. Why the fuck did we get an article on bamboo unrest, and how is this gonna come back? Not the reading material I expected to find here. But judging from the article, the Megs are getting concerned about... I mean... Wouldn't it be really funny to say... growing unrest? I mean... Wait. The answer is growing unrest. Oh! The unseen people like the kid! You're right! Didn't she wear a mask, though? Interesting. I don't remember exactly what they said on the unseen, but... they could be the same group. I gotta see. I mean, it's the authorities, right? The Megs. So they would be... like, the Megs would care about the unrest, not the fungus itself. The fungus is a problem, sure, but they've engineered their crops around problems like it 100 times before. Easier to update the monoculture genetics than your entire global economic model. The Megs are probably more concerned about all the young people getting agitated about their job security. The warmer the waters, the bigger the storms they brew. See, this game requires you to have reading comprehension. which is fucking rare these days. Like, that one was not that one was not the most obvious pick. Mama on deck. The big cheese. What exactly are you expecting? With a title like Mama, I would expect a stern but fair, nurturing figure who... What the hell do you want? Is that how you greet your... Is that how you greet a paying customer? That your wine glass, the one that hasn't been touched? I believe she's letting it breathe. Thanks for the patronage, but you ain't a customer. You're the lawyer defending the hound. You came here for information, not swill. And you came out to speak with me anyway. I take it that means you're willing to talk. Was my mouth flapping not a clear enough sign? Is there anything that matches shopping here? No, not auto. Introductions then. Where's blue? Similar vest, I suppose. The scar. Maybe. Don't think so. Introductions then. I'm Morgan Esquire, criminal defense attorney representing Sosuke Ikaria. With a glowing green toaster as your +1. Oh, how wrong you are. Sarah, go berserk. Kill her now. Murder her. Couldn't put it better myself, miss. Kim. Hana. I mean, it's funny that your name is Flower and you have a flower. Yeah, okay, I see. Hana Kim. Anakin? Anakin Skywalker? Height 164. She definitely didn't feel 164. Blood type AB+. Occupation small business owner. Is Hana Kim a Korean or Japanese name? I don't know. It could be a Korean name as well, but Hana is flower in Japanese, and Kim is a fairly common first name in Japan as well, so I was leaning Japanese, but Kim is also a more common name in Korea, right? Actually, wait, is it even a... Wait, it's a much more common... Am I tripping? Is it even a first name in Kim Japanese? How many people are named Kim? Yeah, you're right. Oh, I'm not even kidding. I'm not even kidding. The only reason I think Kim is a Japanese name is that the study guide I used was by Tai Kim when I studied Japanese in school. That's why. Unironically, it's because of that. That is fucking hilarious. I looked this guy up before. Okay. I guess in the future everyone's a bit Korean. That sounds like... I don't know, that sounds wrong somehow. But you're probably right. Likes persimmon, handbags, joint cracking. Dislikes part-timers, binge-watchers, and ad vandalism. Hidden talent. Can slice an onion paper thin in 11 seconds. Relaxes by shooting clay pigeons. Okay, don't fuck with this girl. Motto, promote from within. Kim Hana. Small business owner. And one of the more influential members of the Blue Blood Old Guard, I take it. The Old Guard are the only Blue Bloods that have any influence at all. Her eye is intriguing. I wonder if that's the sign, because she has a blue eye. Fuck, I wish I remembered the color of Chopin's eye. Gonna head off to bed, enjoy your stream, look forward to the VOD tomorrow. I'm not gonna go for that long today, because what's it called? I want to go eat, and I feel like if I eat on stream, I'm gonna end the stream like 10 minutes after I eat anyway. So when I get a little bit too hungry, and I find a good stopping point, I'll probably stop it. But probably like 20-30 minutes more of stopping, we'll see. The Old Guard are the only Blue Bloods that have any influence at all. First gens and youngbloods should count themselves lucky to be middle management. Should you really be calling them youngbloods? Oh, now the neon robot is gonna preach us all about political correctness. Really, madame? I know PC. My gen invented PC. We've got PC coming out of our ears. So I mean it when I say youngblood is a term of endearment. Well then, I won't hesitate to use it. To their face? Better not. They knock your teeth out. So, how... Do you know what a term of endearment is, ma'am? Madame? I don't know if you do. I think you might be mistaken. How about a trade, Miss Kim? Mrs., you're talking to a widow. One who doesn't need anything from you. Not the best position to start bargaining from. We're trading information. If you think I can't give you anything, you're not thinking very hard. Oh yeah? What do you think you got? Something I can tell her that she doesn't already know. That she's hot? Oh, never mind. She knows that already. What? Why was that so not sensitive? Like, I did the stick to the side and it just didn't move to the side. I feel like she must have learned of Bresson's fate from, like, a kill switch, kind of like the one Chopin reacted to, the Creek had. Like, I feel like everyone should know that he's dead at this point. Little Lord ID is interesting, but what do you mean Creek's killer? That's us. Fuck it, I guess. She'd probably be interested in the real answer, but it's not one I'm willing to give. And at the moment, I don't really have that great of a patsy to put forward. Okay, that's fair. Sandy Beach isn't looking. Sandy Beach isn't looking. No, just kidding. Did you really not learn Bresson's fate? Even if I'm right, I'd only be telling her that Chopin's dead and of no use to her. There's also the chance that she has no idea the Little Lord is even real, in which case I'd be showing way more of my hand than I'd like. I'm so bad at this game. I can tell you what happened at the courthouse today. I know that we stopped, like, we did a media blackout and everything, but I really thought that they would learn it anyway. If something worth knowing had happened, it'd be in the news by now. There is currently a blackout on media coverage of today's events. There are always leaks. Finding one will take time. I can give you a first-hand account right now. Let's hear it. Un instant. Do you think the developers of this game have played Umineko? Just a thought I had. Bresson. What a goddamn idiot. Completely useless. He did manage to infiltrate an entire courtroom full of police officers, even knowing he wouldn't make it out alive. And he still failed to hit the easiest shot of his life. But Bresson's just an incompetent addict. The useless idiot is the one who sent him there. Not you, I take it? Old guard sounds like it moves slow and wise, but we got our fair share of hot-headed dumbasses too. Impatient hot-headed dumbasses. Time is money, friend! My turn to ask a question. Money, is that why you've been going after Makoto? Trying to drum up a king's ransom because you can't go to war without a war chest? Who says we're at war? Who says we're in any rush? Our plans are measured in decades, you little shit. No, time isn't on your side right now. Right now, more than anything, you need money. This is taken straight out of Umineko. This is a reference to Kraus. More than anything else, they needed money. Says who? You? Says the headlines. Time's running out before you miss the bus on... Nirvana. Has to be, right? Nirvana. Like, I don't see... They're not in competition with the ballot thing, right? Like, it's not like someone else is gonna out-invest them and take their shit. No one else even cares to invest in the lower ward. Everyone in the capital knows it'll be legalized before the end of the year. Party drug. Dumb money. Yes, dumb money. Best kind of money there is. You could rake it in by the truckload. If you had the starting capital to build a dispensary network beforehand. As things stand, the grey wave is gonna roll your hard work up in a ball and hand it off gently to the Megs. And the Ikaria. You've been losing this game to them for 3 decades straight, but I can see you still haven't gotten used to it. Course not. Who the hell just roll over for those upstart bootlicking? That goddamn fox smirking behind his perfumed incenses and painted screens and sheaths of gold leaf. Should have cut out his eyes when I had a chance. I'm acquainted with the hound. Who's the fox? Should we conduct a survey of all the IFG members' back tattoos? The fox, the kitsune, goddamn Daisuke Ikaria, of course. The family's patriarch. Haven't had the chance to meet him in person. Knew there had to be a reason an Ikaria lawyer didn't already stink of cigar smoke. Adonai does smoke, despite my repeated warnings about the health hazards. Have you had your olfactory checkup lately? Loss of smell can be the first sign of... I don't stink. That's the takeaway. Now admit it, you want to capture Makoto Ikaria so you can afford to ride Nirvana to legitimacy. I don't want to capture Makoto Ikaria. You know our history? In brief. So what part of that summary made you think that if I had the chance to end the Ikarian line, I wouldn't take it immediately? Are you speaking for yourself or for the whole old guard? Nah, my turn to ask. Is the hound gonna make it? You asking about my legal defense strategy? His injuries. I mean, the answer to that is easily yes, right? I wonder if that's good for them or not. It's probably good for them. Any chance he's gonna keel over from an infection after Krieg's pod worked him over? Did Bresson somehow manage to nick him? He is still recovering from the injuries he sustained when captured, but he was not harmed during the incident in the courtroom today. Yeah, Bresson didn't even manage a scratch. Not a scratch, huh? Did he even get a shot off? A detective on the scene responded before he could. A detective? Yeah. Why? Not wasting a question on him, of all people. Okay, London. Your bridge might be falling down kinda soon if you don't cuss him up. I don't know, I don't have a third thing there to add on. Speaking of which, the bottle spun back around. Are the Blue Bloods working with the Chopin family to profit off of Proposition 492? Ha! You missed that one. Try another. What do you mean? You think Mr. and Mr. Chopin are working hand in hand with us for a little cross-class embezzling? Those rich pricks wouldn't piss on us if we were on fire, and the feeling's mutual. But they're backing Proposition 492. If you could buy the land they need before the city knows that it needs it. The Chopin family aren't your collaborators. They're your marks. Bingo! Kid gets a prize. Or they were. The plan's worthless now. That whole courtroom heard me explain how Krieg had red ink documents on Proposition 492. Whatever blueprints, whatever land the city had in mind, they'll change all of it. Thanks for that, by the way. Don't blame me, your plan was always fragile. It was destined to collapse the moment that anyone with more pull than a ticketing officer heard that Blue Bloods had their eyes on the real estate. Meaning the Blue Bloods would kill to keep those documents from circulating. Yeah, well, that's just how it goes for Plan Bs. Nani? Explain, lady. I'm listening. Plan B? Now answer me this. What did you see on those red ink docs that tipped our hand about Proposition 492? Well, we saw the name, and we saw that it was the highest OPSEC, and we saw all the other propositions. Well, it was mentioned in abbreviation, if not in name. P492. That's a pretty big giveaway. Always funny when the old and powerful gang makes a decade-long plan that's 800 breakpoints and with no protections or failsafes. Well, I would agree with you if they didn't mention this was Plan B. I hope Plan A was less ridiculous. They must have more to go on than that. Names, diagrams. I saw Councilman Long's name on there. Long, that sloppy bastard. Wait, you didn't know what was on those papers? Not exactly. You didn't know where Prop 492 leaked from. What are you saying? It leaked from that Brad Creek, obviously. Could it have leaked from Chopin? Could it be that Chopin was an undercover informant, or like an undercover cop, and he leaked it, and then Rogers killed him for it? Red ink means it was printed off from somewhere you trust, in a place run by people you trusted. And it doesn't sound like you trusted Creek. Are these your questions? Because they're terrible. And pointless. Blondie's already dead. So Chopin wasn't in on the plan. What possibilities are left then? Might as well try asking while I have the chance. Yeah, I feel like they're painting up the situation so insanely hard that I feel like there has to be an alternate, like, telling of it. On the other hand, they did that with the first case, and it was the obvious telling. This game seems to be less about tricking you and more about trying to find a coherent argument to support what your intuition is telling you. But we'll see. My client overheard something interesting during his captivity. Talk of the Blue Bloods bringing in a huntsman. Fake, and you don't even know what that means. Your client heard wrong, and you're a fool for believing him without any proof. Sorry, guess he misheard. He must have also misheard that you brought a NOH, no mask into the city. Morgan? Have you told Sarah about this? Did Soski mention that? It's called a bluff, Sarah. Yeah, he must have been delirious. After all, if there had been a no mask at the crime scene, it would have turned up during the police investigation. Huntsman. Ridiculous. Maybe he's real, maybe he's fake, maybe he's already behind you. Phantoms like that get their power from uncertainty. If the Huntsman isn't a new character, it's guaranteed London. If I answered your question at all, that'd be your answer. Schrodinger's box is already open though, and the mask isn't there anymore. If it's not in the hands of the Huntsman, then who has it? A dead man, who just doesn't know it yet. That's us. Did you know it? We're the dead men. Final round. What if we still want to ask? Our house, my rules. Who hired you? Why would she spend her final question on that? Makoto is not the the one making the decisions at this time. If anything, he's led on. I think it's likelier Mireille hired us. House Icaria is technically correct, but I'm still inclined to answer I don't know. Both because I don't want to give her more information, but also because I legitimately don't know who's behind it. I don't know. Knew it. Yet you had to ask. Apparently someone recommended me to Makoto. Well, however it started, the Icaria have their leeches on you now, girl. Leeches? I don't think leeches are gonna get anything on me. If anything, they might get sucked out. If I were you, I'd find out where they latched on and pry them off. Rogers is the huntsman? Sure, man. Sure. Before they bleed you dry. I'm basically just doing them a favor. I doubt we'll have any further transactions. Try telling them that. Well, you would be the expert on bloodsucking. Careful, girl. Come to think of it, I have one last question myself. That ain't the deal. Then, it can be rhetorical. Correct. It's it's the original concept of a doppelganger. What are you going to do? You lost all your heirs during the fall of the leaves. Okay, Sarah. Sarah, I'm sorry, but you have to grow up. This is what mommy's doing, okay? You need to understand that this is what she's like when she locks in. You lost all your heirs during the fall of the leaves. Adonai, you're reviled by the International Blue Bloods for locking your treasure behind GFA you can't crack. Now all of the old guard need transplants and transfusions from the first and second gens just to stay alive, and they won't be glad to keep them up forever. Eventually you, all of you, will die. Will you rest in peace, knowing everything you ever managed to build will be laundered at, what, 30%? 40%? 35% just to end up in the hands of some punks you tutored? What a nice young girl you are, worrying about your elders. Well, don't worry your pretty little head over dear sweet granny here. Because she's a mean old bitch in a line of work where anyone stupid dies off young. She and hers are gonna be just fine. Don't forget to close your tab before you go! Did you get any useful information from your rhetorical question, Adonai? The question irritated her, but it didn't make her despair. Ultimate despair? I can't believe it. This was a Danganronpa reference all along. She was the ultimate despair. That's crazy, man. I may have misread this. The old guard have a way forward. Proposition 492 is... Wait 1 second. Lamau, a Smash player just walked up to me and started chatting with me in RuneScape on my phone. I'm not gonna chat back. Or rather, I'm gonna chat back and say yes, but busy. I can't believe that I've never chat. Okay. Yes, but busy Lamau. Wait, no, that was in public. How the fuck do I... I forgot how to DM someone, whatever. That's funny. Just put your stream link in chat. True. Wait. I should do that. Wait, that'd be really funny, actually. Wait. They're on my friends list, so can I... Or, wait, are they? No, they're not. I'll add a friend. How do you does anyone know how to DM someone in RuneScape? I forgot how to DM someone in RuneScape. I'm antisocial, okay? I need to Google how to DM someone on RuneScape. How to DM... My W key doesn't work. How to DM someone on RuneScape. I feel like a granny. You have to add them to your friends list. But, what? There we go, message. Enter message to MD. Busy at the moment. Twitch dot fucking player unavailable. Wait, what time? Oh my god. XD, they DM me 2 hours ago. I didn't even see the timestamp. Why did the game show it now? Oh no, do you think they hate me? Oh no. I think they might hate me, guys. Uh-oh, I don't even know who it is. Their tag is Enby. And I can think of a few people it would be, but I don't know who it is exactly. And now I'm like... I didn't even give them the time of day. No, I thought the stream was more important. Fuck. They even wrote like really nice messages. They wrote, hold the motherfucking phone. Is that the Squeakington? The hero returns. Oh no. No, envy, not envy. As in non-binary. Proposition 492 is no longer an option. Leaving them with plan A. The little lord? But Tarek Chopin is dead. Yeah, he is. But he's not the lord. I think the Hound is the lord still. Like, I thought that since the start. How dare they? After all they put him through down there in that festering hole of a city district. To try and kill Sosuke in the courtroom of all places. The nerve of those blue blood scum. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. The young blood wants to kill Sosuke because he's the little lord, as it were. But the old guard wants to get him over on their side so they can get all their money back. And that's why they're feuding over it. Does that make sense? I think that line of thought makes sense. Is this new? I don't recall this theme. If we just wait for him to stop, we'll be standing here until morning. So should we speak up? I don't know, I'm terrible with children. Listen, just keep nodding, and if he calms down enough to ask a non-rhetorical question, get my attention. What are you gonna do? Try consulting an expert. What? This is so boomer-coded, man. This is so insanely boomer-coded. Morgan, you gotta... Oh my god. This might be the most boomer thing you've ever done. What do kids your age like? Not my birthday. I'm not asking for you. And I'm not a kid. So I wouldn't know. If it's for Sarah, I'm not a robot either. What would someone younger than you like? I don't know. Even one grade below me. The sense of humor is impenetrable. Real! Real and true, baby! Other day the school announced they're gonna be doing chest prep at every grade level. And the top comment, before it got deleted, was a picture of a fish with boots. I know what picture this is, that's the best part. And the caption was, battering me and frying me in oil for 4 minutes on each side. Someone posted this on Blue Sky, and I didn't realize it was also a reference to this game. That's really funny. It's not that impenetrable. It's a very basic non sequitur. How's this for non sequitur? Go ask someone else. All you did there was get back on topic. Why are you even asking? I've been hired by the youth. And I need to interrupt their temper tantrum. But what do you want me to do from here? Hack them some fork knife bucks? Oh, not the fork knife. Not the fork knife bucks. What's that? Would that work? They are insanely giga uber rich, Morgan. I don't think Fortnite bucks is gonna be what stops his tantrum. So what do you mean a youth hired you? Oh. So they must be like rich. Yes. I'm like the worst to ask for advice then. What do I know about rich kids? Your academy's full of them. Fran is gonna come back in a major way and be a centerpiece of a case, for fucking sure. Why do you think I do as much of my schoolwork as possible for my dorm? Want you at least have a roommate? Nope. Never got assigned one. Guess there was some kinda unavoidable computer error on their end. This is hopeless. You're usually good at gift giving and shit. Buttering up judges. Bribing court officials. Slipping coins into viziers' purses. You have a very antiquated view of what my work entails. Medieval, in fact. Heard he passed, did you know him? Whatever photo that is, failed to send. God damn it. I mean, what would you do if they were a rich adult? Flatter them or whatever. Rich adults are used to people wanting their money. Flattery puts them on guard. So what's the approach? You approach them as though you already work for them. Pretend you're a butler. Acting on wordless commands they've given without an original thought in your head. They aren't suspicious of anyone they feel like they already own. That mostly makes sense. So do that. They probably got more in common with a rich adult than kids their own age. Or, you know, anyone else with a soul. Banger. Unless there's some reason you can't do your iconic butler technique here. Because I don't want to act subservient to a child. Sosuke did strain himself slightly when he tried to tackle me to the ground, but that was the extent of it. Yes, as my ad says, no one was hurt. Well, the attacker was part of an officer-involved shooting, but no one else was hurt. Oh well, then perhaps we should just forgive all and make peace. I gotta grab fishies. Dang, I'm leveling well. I'm doing barbarian fishing. And I'm doing it up to level 40 agility, so I can start doing the caniferous? What? Canifer? Canifus. To do the Canifus rooftop course, and I'm one level away. This is fucking going so well, dude. I'm so much more invested in this than I am in the stream. Only 1,000 experience left. I'll get it before I end the stream. Banger, man. Those fools will regret their actions. The anger of the house, once aroused, is not easily satisfied. Shit, I thought there was a lull, but he's ready to start back up again. As Sun Tzu says, if your opponent is of choleric temper, seek to irritate him. Well, yes, but please calm yourself, Makoto of House Ikaria. We need to speak with you. About what? About Sosuke. Bosuke. You think he's done something to deserve this? That's not what I... There's nothing Sosuke could have done to justify what the Blue Bloods have put him through. Except be born a Blue Blood. I assumed as much, but Makoto has no idea what the Hound of Ikaria was doing up until a year ago, does he? These questions are foolish. I'll not waste my time. A wise man can learn more from a foolish question than a fool can learn from a wise answer. Sarah, fucking mog him. Sarah, mog him. That's a command. Quote the Bhagavad Gita all you want, robot girl. It is not impressive for a machine to. Bruce Lee said that. Well, he was probably paraphrasing at the time. Will you help us or not, Makoto? Oh my god, she got it from watching the fucking movies. She didn't even search the internet for that. It's from the fucking year-long movie binge she was on with David Asher. Where she was like, don't you understand you have to watch them at regular movie pace? Or like, you can't fast forward it even if you can process it, because it's the wrong pacing. She's so real. If it's for Sosuke, enough. Hello. Yeah, I'm thinking about that too, Munch. Electric blue irises flash a deadly glare. The room's shadow seems to be extended in his presence, curling and deepening like ink dropped onto water. That's a gangster. Chairman! All of you, show some respect now! He says it out of practice, without actually looking around the room. One glance would have shown him there was no need to demand respect. Creek did have blue eyes. Every head was already bowed. This is a man who is used to others not meeting his eyes. The rest of you, get lost. Their practiced obedience didn't betray them. They all slipped away into the halls of the complex without so much as a creak on the floorboards. And even so, their anxiety was screaming at me like a bad tell, begging to be taken advantage of. His presence here today was not expected. Now then. Come here, Makoto-tan! Grandpa! He really is Garp. Actually, no, Garp would never be that, like, happy with his grandson. He would just throw him in the jungle. Jungle? No! I said the German bit unironically! The jungle. Not the jungle. How are things on the front line, huh? Makoto is the heir, so the chairman is his grandfather. Of course, but... My little warlord, making his enemies tremble with fear every time he sets foot out the door. I was not expecting the head of a house of nobility to be so... affectionate. I thought you and father were still in the capital. Well, we were. And we made a lot of powerful people in that city very frustrated while we were at it. And made a lot of frustrating people very powerful. Makoto, what the fuck are you talking about? Wish I'd seen their dumb faces solemnly nodding when I cancelled my meetings. Just to fly home and see my grandson. Chairman, apologies for the lack of an introduction. This is... I know exactly who she is. She's our lawyer. Any good? She's not entirely incompetent. I would hope he could say more than that. And she's also somewhat perceptive, Chairman. Knows when to keep her mouth shut, clearly. How bad can she be? Her methods are odd. She came here to ask me about Bosuke for some reason. I love adding on Bosuke because I never do it intentionally, like ahead of time. It's always a split-second decision, so it always sounds like AI generated. Bosuke. Ah, not another word. Chairman? Back in the storehouse on the second floor, there's a cask of sake that I won in a drinking game 5 or... I suppose it's been 6 years ago now. Would you go and fetch it for your grandfather? Uh-oh, he's gonna personality swap like 100% as soon as we are alone in the room with him. It'd be really funny if he just pulled a gun on us. Of course, but... Old trick of the trade. One sip and anything we tell her becomes inadmissible in court. I see. Very clever, Chairman. Makoto is allowed to drink sake? The hell's wrong with you? Of course he can't drink. It's the ceremony of it all, damn it. Understood. I'll go retrieve it right away. Have one of those layabouts that were in here fetch you a ladder first. Make them earn their keep for once. Put on a suit and a pair of glasses and think you can just stand there for the rest of your career. You're lazy. Read your damn emails if you got nothing better to do. Oh my god, I relate so hard to this. I mentioned last stream that I'm planning on moving away from, like, shift work. A large part of that is that you can't fucking tell your shift workers anything, even verbally, because they just don't fucking act on it. They just sit there and are lazy, so it comes back and you gotta do it the next shift, and it's so fucking annoying. And they can't even read emails. You gotta remind them, like, did you see the email the boss sent us? It's like, no. I'm like, motherfucker, it's been 5 days. You were working all 5 days. You gotta be better than this. We've got, like, I'd say like 4 or 5 people who are really doing the absolute minimum amount. And then we've got like 3 supermen who do everything. And then we got a couple in the middle where I would put myself. Read your damn emails if you got nothing better to do. Should we be seated a certain way for... There is no cask of sake. That's like 40% of all modern jobs. Correct, but if I went off shift work, I wouldn't have to clean up their mess in quite the same way, and I would have my own projects that sure would be stressful and probably like a lot harder to do, but it wouldn't require me to clean up from people being lazy in that way every single day. Oh. But then the strategy of becoming intoxicated in order to avoid... I made that up. You're the lawyer. Is there any truth to what I said? No need for tricks like that. Attorney-client privilege already binds my hands. I'm working for House Ikaria right now, Sarah. I mean, hell. Makoto could confess to me that he's a mass murderer and I wouldn't be able to tell a soul. So then why did you send Makoto away, Mr. Chairman, sir? I really like, they've got a good cop, bad cop thing going on between Sarah asking good-natured questions and Morgan just being extremely on the beat at all times. I want to walk the gardens. Are we supposed to follow him? He left that part unsaid. How can you tell? Hey, quick strategy meeting. You know what a butler is, right? I'm glad you have such an appreciation for attorney-client privilege, sir. It makes these conversations go much smoother. But if you trust privilege so much, why don't you trust your grandson to be here? Don't kid yourself, copper. That boy's the future of this family. If I didn't trust him, there would be no point to any of this. Everything I've built. Dynasties aren't dynasties unless you manage to actually pass them down. What you've built in the last 30 years is undeniably impressive. It must have required astonishing brutality. Progress is brutality, and history is unkind to the gentle. Is that why you orchestrated the fall of the leaves, to get your name in the history books? Orchestrated? So grand, so full of it. We knocked on their doors, and when they opened them, we shot them. Walked up to them on the street and split their stomachs wide. Pulled up beside them and let loose full auto on their limos. It wasn't anything as complicated as orchestrated. I executed. I like this guy. I like this guy whole deal. He has got some fucking cyber enhancements at that weight. Holy shit. You must be more chrome than human to look like that and weigh that amount at that height. What do you got? Like a gun hand? Like a metal spine? Exoskeleton? CEO Icaria he's the CEO of the Icaria Financial Group. Likes bodybuilding, archery, and bonsai. Even if you like bodybuilding, I doubt you're looking like that. Like, you should look even buffer if you're at 104 kilos at 172 centimeters. That's, like, pretty extreme. Dislikes phones at the dinner table. Okay, he's so based. Undefeated at enjoying spicy food. Smells like cedar, tobacco, iron, and dried blood. Handshake, vice-like. And my uncle named me his successor for it. The Blue Bloods weren't even able to put up a fight. They were worried about handshake events and social media perception. Thought that their friends in high places would be there when they needed them. Thought they had already won. So how do you get away with it? Good timing. No one notices a leaky faucet in a downpour. This was right before the Red Decade got underway. And once the borders started locking up, there was no chance of reinforcements. We never saw it coming, we didn't know there was a bubble, we didn't think things would get that bad. That's what they always say. The losers. The scapegoats paraded in front of courts and cameras to meekly reassure the national audience that no, you couldn't have done anything. You did everything right, so did we. We're all victims of uncontrollable market forces here. Stale bread for a piss-poor circus. With a pity party instead of proper gladiators. I saw the signs, but more importantly, I didn't ignore them. Draughts from heaven, no grain in the storehouses. There'd only be room for one family of thieves in the city. I made sure it was mine. Last call, all aboard. And everything you built since? Rennigan, Aria Holdings, the legitimate half you're so proud of. That was the easy part, actually. Reprivatizing an industry is a tricky business. How do you break up a state-controlled monopoly into a healthy, diverse, and competitive private marketplace? That's really easy. You fund multiple companies that each get a share, and then you control all of them, and you puppet them. How? Don't know. I'll let you know if they ever pull it off. The shit show they did go with was easily gamed. Sprinkle some cash in the right bureaucrats' pockets, and we were able to snap up entire economies wholesale. This guy is a little threatening. We being the nobility, if that's the term you prefer. Adonai, why is he confessing? He's not confessing, Sarah. This is bragging. Mr. Icaria, I'm not looking to take up too much of your time, but perhaps you could help me understand something. The inciting incident, as they say. In screenwriting, I say it elsewhere too, probably. A year ago, you extended an olive branch to the Blue Bloods or... Wait, that implies that books aren't real anymore and people don't read. No! A year ago, you extended an olive branch to the Blue Bloods over Nirvana. Was it genuine? Was it genuine? My curiosity was genuine, but not your financing. Is that why it fell apart? Why Makoto was attacked? Have you seen any books? I've seen holopads. It fell apart because those first gens and young bloods of theirs are hot-headed idiots who can't follow orders. But I expected as much. It's why I ordered my hound to be present on standby. But he didn't assassinate anyone that day, did he? No. Instead, Sosuke stepped in front of a blade that was headed for Makoto. And he's been guarding the boy with his life ever since. What are you saying fuck for, Sandy Beach? Just that he's hot? You can't just say that everyone's hot. Even if it's true. Was that your order as well? My order? Yes. Not my idea, but I'm the patriarch, not a dictator. If my sweet siblings and darling nieces and nephews make an earnest request, who am I to refuse? You had to be pressured into letting Sosuke guard Makoto? It's not my fault Nine Circle cooked? I'd hope not, otherwise you'd be the devil. Weren't you concerned about Makoto's safety? Of course I was. I just know the best place for the queen is on the attack, not hopping around the king's side blocking checks. Hey, chess metaphor, help me out. Any piece can sacrifice themselves, but there's only one queen, and she has by far the most mobility. It's better to keep her out in the open, ideally near the center of the field, where she can attack freely. At least assuming you subscribe to. Okay, got it. But here's the question. Why have the Blue Bloods kept trying to capture Makoto for over a year now? Because of some hot-tempered idiots? What's your answer? Why do you think they would want to capture our little Makoto-tan? His blood, I assume? It's either that Makoto has the blood or that the Hound has the blood. I don't know which one I subscribe to more, but I would wager that Makoto having the blood is very reasonable. If they were literally out for Makoto's blood, they'd want a steady supply. Mireille suggested they try for an arranged marriage down the line, but Kim didn't seem interested in anything of the sort. I thought they'd just torture him for it. That didn't, like, go against what I thought. I could see no reason as well. The ransom is like... If they took Makoto captive, they could extort the Ikaria for a king's ransom. Once. After that, the Ikaria would make them pay in every other way. And even if the price tag was big enough to ease all the Blue Bloods' woes, the resulting gang war would drain the coffers all the same. People can easily kill for money, but for them to take Makoto hostage... Yeah, I was thinking that if it's not the blood, then it's guaranteed nothing, right? I don't think revenge is the right one here either. The Blue Bloods aren't lacking in motive for revenge. A bloody culling followed by 3 decades of humiliation is more than enough. But the most fitting revenge would involve them killing Makoto, not taking him captive. And while I can imagine plenty of ways to extract revenge from a living subject, gangs have to maintain a balance between being feared and being tolerated. If the Blue Bloods proudly tortured a child to death, they'd be run out of the lower wards by their own constituents. Well, they wouldn't want to capture Makoto. They don't. A certain mama said as much to my face. They'd much rather kill your sole heir than capture him. It's what I'd do, if they had any heirs left. Hey, this guy's funny. I like this guy. Dude, Sarah looks so not... First she was like a little bit struck by it, but now she's like, that's a bad joke. She looks so nonplussed about it. Like, man, really? That's the joke you go with? But then, why keep attacking Makoto, if not to capture or kill him? Their goal's never been Makoto. It's just that every time they've gone after their goal, Makoto's been there. It's the Hound. Put another way, the purpose of an operation is what the operation accomplishes. Yeah, it's my first guess. They've been trying to capture Sosuke for over a year. The other day, they finally succeeded. You think those idiot punks wanted to take my Hound alive? I don't think. I know, because that's literally what they did. They captured Bosuke, and brought him down to the lower wards. To torture him. Idiots. If they don't talk after the third, they never talk at all. The third what? Sarah, can you maybe, like, not ask questions that you don't want the answer to, okay? For your own sake. It wasn't just any blue bloods that tortured him. It was a pod led by a young blood named Creek. Young, old, bound by blood or water, they're all the same scum. As you say, but I've learned that there are some pretty big ideological rifts among the scum. The young bloods captured him, no doubt on Old Guard orders, but just an hour ago, an Old Guard was asking after Sosuke's health. They didn't want him harmed. A generous interpretation. I'm guessing the young bloods knew that, but they tortured him anyway. Probably because they wanted to know why they've been repeatedly ordered to capture him. Out with it. Why would they want my hound? What the blue bloods want, ultimately, is Shrimple. So Shrimple that my android can answer this one. I can? What do the blue bloods need right now more than anything? A lot of money. Without which they can't invest in legalized nirvana. Such a shame that, but we'll be happy to pick up where they left off. So at a time when they need money, they're throwing their young bloods at capturing Bosuke. Ergo, capturing Sosuke must open a path for them to get their hands on a lot of cash. My, I look away for a few days and suddenly my hound skyrocketed in value. Who do I have to thank? Who raised the price on his head to such a degree? What about Sosuke makes him so valuable? Bosuke. His blood. Who raised the price on Sosuke's head? You did. 30 years ago, you made him irreplaceable when you killed everyone else who shares a drop of his blood. Sosuke's the little lord. I'm happy I was correct on this. It was the only thing that made sense to me. Like, it felt a little too far-fetched that Chopin would be... that he would die in the situation he was in if he was the little lord. Sosuke being the little lord made so much more sense from the start in my head. I don't remember when I first said it. Maybe I'll check the VOD to see when I first claimed it, but I think I claimed it very early in the case. Last descendant of the Blue Bloods' ruling families, and the only person on Earth who can get them back their fortunes. Hell of a shot in the dark. I agree, Munch. But the events of the story after Sheik's death wouldn't make sense if he was the only Little Lord. You gonna deny it? Sarah, when did the attacks, supposedly on Makoto, begin? About a year ago? What else happened about a year ago? The meeting between the Blue Bloods and the Ikaria that fell into chaos. Makoto made it out without a scratch, but only because Sosuke stepped in front of a blade for him. I can assume that Sosuke is an impressive martial artist. With very well-defined pectorials and collarbones. Sarah, please, you need to grow up a little bit. It would be such a bad power imbalance for you to fuck him, okay? You were literally born yesterday. Don't do this. Or maybe it's... I don't know. This is getting into some really uncomfortable moral issues, okay? You're very, very smart, so maybe it would... But even he must have left blood on the floor that day. Yeah, he bled that day, but it's not as if he bled blue. You're telling me the old guard could just smell the resemblance? They didn't need intuition or guesswork. Their private security organization, Cyanus, is in the business of securing crime scenes, cleaning them up, and performing paternity tests. Okay, that's a cool callback. I never made that connection. That's a really cool callback. I should have realized that when they mentioned paternity tests, it was going to come up again. Could have been a whim. Could have been that they were hoping to match him to DNA left at other hound attacks. Who knows? But I would pay good money to have been a fly on their wall when they saw the results. No, they just said that that was one of the things they worked with. So I'm saying that I thought it was going to be like a throwaway line or something. Or I didn't think about it deeply enough to realize it was going to come back in this way. They've done throwaway information before in the cases. His reaction to this information is not very strong. That's to be expected. I've just told him a bunch of information that he already knew. He already knew Sosuke was the Little Lord? That chess metaphor you used a minute ago might have sounded like solid reasoning if I actually played. Unfortunately for you, I find the game boring. So it struck me as very odd that a grandfather like you, equal parts doting and calculating, would ever place his heir's safety below concerns as vague as optimal play. You didn't object to Sosuke guarding Makoto because you wanted to keep your hound. You just couldn't convince the rest of the house it was a bad idea without revealing who Sosuke really is. If you knew Sosuke was the real target and would keep getting attacked, then having him guard Makoto would actually be putting Makoto in danger. You know, bonsai? They look like miniature trees, but they aren't. They're shrubs. You condition it to look like a miniature tree. I'm fumbling my words a little bit, but by pruning it daily until it stops trying to grow into what it's meant to be. I feel like Makoto is too much of an idiot to be the intended heir of the family. I've thought that way since the start, but meeting this guy kind of confirms it. And instead lives as you want it to be. Took the Blue Bloods 30 years to figure out my scheme, and you solved it in, what, 48 hours? Yeah, Daisuke, we're pretty fucking good at what we do, and we don't only do defense. You deserve a toast. I wish that sake was in the storeroom. Instead, as a reward for your effort, I'll give you a story. 30 years ago, I saw the future. Not in statistics or stock prices or consumer confidence indexes. I saw it in people's eyes. Fear and hunger. The sinking feeling that maybe everything really is made of bullshit and seafoam. And that if you ever stop to look down at it, you'll fall through the bottom. Can't warn people. They won't believe you. They'll strangle you to death for implying their boat might have a leak. Only one thing to do in times like those. Take advantage. For 1 year we pulled back. No resistance, no bargaining. We let the Blue Bloods hungrily swallow what we had left behind. For 1 full year we withdrew and waited and sharpened our knives. 1 year of preparation for 1 weekend in August. Hottest August on record. They left all the goddamn windows open. So it went fast. We'd show up, get to work, leave the mess for whoever cared to see it, and drive up to the next address. I did 22 myself, and even had you asked me back then, I couldn't tell you the first thing about any of them. Except for the 22nd. She had firm eyes. Cold eyes. No, not that harsh. Cool eyes, like condensation on steel. And she was very brave. When I took aim at her, she blinked. Not even upset, just exasperated, like I'd neglected to hold the door for her. My mouth was dry, felt like I hadn't spoken all day. Had to clear my throat to speak up, so she could hear me over the babbling of the river she'd fled to. And the shots in the distance. Wanted to ask her why. Why out here? Why not a panic room? Why she was wearing a medical gown, and why her thighs were covered in blood. But instead I just asked, why aren't you afraid? She said, I can't be afraid now. I'm a mum now. I've always liked that answer. So when the pistol stopped ringing in my ears and I heard the baby wailing in the bushes, I felt inspired. It's tradition in our family, going back centuries, that the eldest child be guarded from birth by a nursemaid, typically from a branch family. My wife would be due soon, and the Hayakawa clan had been an unfortunate casualty of that month. There was an opening. Expertly done. But why let him live? Adonai. So that I could invent the little lord. I just got chills. Wait. No. He's been feeding them the narrative? Oh, Jesus Christ. No. Oh, they really are just pieces on his chessboard. Jesus Christ. It is a fairy tale. And build your opponent a golden bridge to retreat across. You started the rumors about a survivor. So long as those fools still had hope that they could reclaim their former glory, they'd never rally themselves into shipping away at ours. And if they ever did become a real threat again, I'd have the world's most valuable hostage ready to put them back in check. You turned your enemy's last hope into a meat shield for your family, and eventually, your personal attack dog. That was just a bonus. The heir had come of age, and so had Sosuke. He was free to choose any career in the family business at that point. He became the hound of his own accord. I'm sure. But that's just irrelevant at the end of the day. What? It helps me understand why the Blue Bloods have done what they have, but it doesn't put me any closer to proving Sosuke's innocence. But Sosuke's their little lord. If we tell people, won't that change anything? Well, for starters, we won't have any of this in court. Of course not. Can't exactly go telling the court about my exploits 30 years ago. Not when we have attorney-client privilege. But if you use your influence, if you reach out to the Blue Bloods... what? We'll work together to set Sosuke free? I killed everyone he could ever consider family, Copper. Besides, I really like Copper, by the way, for ads. I know it's police as well, but I also think it can work as being used for machines. It's a clanker, but slightly even worse, I want to say. Besides a few old crooks waiting to die, anyone who shares a drop of his blood is in the ground. Most of them put there by me. I did all of that to sink the Blue Bloods. This is a fucking terrifying character, I've got to say. Now that they're firmly ready to die, you think I'd throw them a lifeline just to protect one man? Just to keep one man out of prison? He's right. I'm not allowed to disclose anything I've learned here without his express permission. It would complicate the tax suit against my family terribly if it came out that I lied about a blood relation, wouldn't it? Sosuke's in the will, after all. That's the law. Didn't mean to run you in circles, honestly. I would have preferred you never wasted your time unearthing any of this. That's what I get for relying on him to deliver a message, I suppose. You're the one who wanted me to keep my investigation limited. I thought you'd get the picture, and hurry up and make a plea deal, negotiate the charges down to manslaughter. Get this all squared away so we can focus on fighting this damn audit. Beatrice spun the chessboard so Daisuke could reveal he put you in check 30 years ago. I mean, this character is more intelligent than like 99% of the characters in Umineko. I think every character, pretty much. Except Erika, of course. My goat. Could even beat a 7-year-old in an argument. Sosuke's on trial for his life! Sosuke's sworn to protect this family with his life. I'm respecting his wishes. Wishes that you planted in him through indoctrination. If he does go to prison, the Blue Bloods will die knowing their little lord is alive. But permanently beyond their reach, rotting in a cell for killing their own men, in defense of their own worst enemy. I can see why you wouldn't mind that outcome. A hostage that you're never willing to sacrifice isn't a hostage, just a babysitting gig. I actually really like that. I spared his life 30 years ago. This doesn't even cover his interest. This man is a godfather through and through. So Sosuke's always just been a tool for you. A hostage you'd protect until the perfect use came along. I've always wondered, do tools appreciate that part? When they're used properly? What do you think, Copper? Does Sosuke have any complaints? That doesn't make sense. Huh? Sosuke's a veteran. He served in the military. Did he grant your hostage permission to go risk his life for his country instead of you? I love the beep, but it does... Every time it plays, it reminds me of the doo-doo! Tactical nuke incoming! Doo-doo! And I can't unhear it. Did you grant your hostage permission to go risk his life for his country instead of you? It's not like he was one of those Minutemen they throw at walls. He was never in any real danger. What about as your hound? Deadly assassination and infiltration missions. He could have died during any of them. Why let your perfect hostage, your obedient tool, take on such dangerous work? Okay, Sarah, you're learning. Sarah, keep this up and you'll figure out who the killer is. The Heartbreak Killer. We like that. Then you'll truly be our disciple for real. Why give him your last name? Why let him live under your roof? Raise him like a son. Why trust him with protecting the life of your son, your grandson? Why are you lying and pretending you don't? Pardon my android's outburst, sir. I'll have to adjust our conversational parameters later. Don't bother. Just rip its voice box out entirely if it's going to speak over a man under his own roof. Goddamn copper. Next to furniture will be telling me what I feel about my own damn family. Raise him like a son. What bullshit. I have no son. Counselor, do your damn job and tell Sosuke to do his. Now. I'm sorry, that wasn't very butler-like behavior just now. It's fine. It was a good play in that moment. But, do you think he meant that? I don't know. Do you think he meant it when he said he has no son? Makoto is Daisuke's grandson. If he has no sons, then the previous heir that Sosuke grew up guarding must have been Makoto's mother? Of course. It would be you. Is it safe to assume everyone in your family has severe trust issues? I have no issues with trust myself, but as you've seen, the house has very particular preferences when it comes to information siloing. Fancy words, you could have just told me who you are. I told you my name and my position in the house. Is it relevant that I'm married, that I'm a mother? Should I be flattered? You told me you work for Aria Holdings. You didn't mention you're at least the second most powerful member of the house. If I had to tell people that, it wouldn't really be true, now would it? Can you tell your son that? Can you tell your son that, real quick? I feel like he's missed that memo. Mummy? Hi, Mummy? I'm sorry, Mummy? 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 Excuse me, Mummy? If I had to tell people that, it wouldn't really be true, now would it? You could have told me your relation to Sosuke. Okay, calm down there. From the person who wants to fuck 90% of the characters in this... What are you talking about, Sandy Beach? Pot calling the kettle black, you motherfucker. Maybe literally. He guarded you every day of your life up until you were 19. 19? He's your goddamn brother. So that message you wanted me to pass along. If you see a way out, take it. You wanted him to try and make a deal with the Blue Bloods to get out from under the house. If Sosuke merely gave them what they wanted, I'm sure there would be dozens of Blue Bloods ready to confess to the crimes he is accused of. So you know. You knew. And if you thought he could parse that message, that means Sosuke... He's not an unintelligent man. Merely stubborn about all the most frustrating things. This game has me on such a hook, man. I said I was gonna end within like half an hour, but this game it's too interesting. What did the Blue Bloods want from Sosuke precisely? A blood donation? One sample will not suffice. They need to be able to validate their accounts whenever called for. Daily blood donations then. She smokes, she'll die young. No, it's the future. I told you, the old guards want to become nobility. How did they cement alliances amongst the aristocracy of old? They want Sosuke to marry? But the old guard are old. Sosuke's already got as much blue in his veins as they could ask for. They don't need him to marry into them, they need him to marry into power. Not the worst thing to have asked of you. Have you ever been in an arranged marriage? Don't call it a gift. Interesting. You were the heir apparent up until Makoto was born. All that time, Sosuke was your bodyguard, Bosuke. And the driver. And poison taster, though that would most often entail me giving him concoctions to try. But his assignment actually ended when I married. Subtracting Makoto's age, that had to have been over a decade ago. So he joined the military the moment he didn't have to shadow you anymore. And after he got back, he asked to become the Hound. Guy must really hate guard duty. He must. There's more there for sure. There's probably a fairly complicated reason why he's the Hound. I don't think it's as simple as he was ordered to. If anything, I feel like Mireille would have said you should do this to keep yourself safe. Back up a moment. Your father didn't want me uncovering Sosuke's parentage, most likely because he didn't want Sosuke to know the strength of his own bargaining position. But you told me to pass Sosuke a message that he'd only understand if he already knew who his parents were. Jesus, this game is intelligent. So how long has he known? And how long have you known he's known? Okay, Morgan is so fucking smart, man. And when did Daisuke cease knowing who knows what? Around the time Sosuke left for the military. Hell of a thing to find out at your entrance physical. It was before he left for the military, actually. Did that influence his decision? Sosuke finds out he could be the richest man in the city, and then he wants to risk dying in battle. Honestly fits his personality. Quite the guilty class consciousness. I don't know exactly what did or didn't influence his decision to join the military back then. You'd have to ask him. I apologize for any gaps in knowledge you've had to work around, but hopefully you now understand how delicate of a situation you found yourself in. Yeah, I can smell the explosives and hear the fuses sizzling. I just don't get why no one's gone over to stomp them out. If Sosuke's known this whole time why the Blue Bloods wanted to capture him, why didn't he tell us? Because he's a stubborn man working for a highly secretive family. That I get. What I don't get is why he didn't defect the moment he learned the truth. Who knows? You'll have to work out the rest with him. I've given you all the aid my position allows. I have a very stupid conspiracy theory, so don't judge me for voicing it out loud when it's very dumb and far-fetched and stupid and not well thought through at all. What if Mireille and Sosuke were a couple before the arranged marriage? She seems to really not like that she got an arranged marriage and it's not a gift, right? That to me implies that she had someone she liked beforehand. That would be fake incest, yes. But if she knew they weren't part of the same family, actually, on the flip side, I'm wondering if Daisuke doesn't know about this and thinks Makoto is not tied to the Blue Bloods. That would mean that Sosuke Bosuke and Makoto both have blue blood. And only Mireille knows about it. Far-fetched, but it's something I want to keep in mind. You'll have to work out the rest with him. I've given you all the aid my position allows. Yes, I believe that they had a kid before or at the same time as she was betrothed to the arranged marriage. I don't believe it's super hard, again. I think it's a stupid theory, but I think that's hot. Loria, remind me to DM you for porn game recommendations later. Not hot like sex? God damn it. Hot like a spicy take? Fair enough. I suppose it was kind of you to share information with us at all. Being in charge of the legitimate side of your family, you don't have any connections with this incident yourself. Why did this one open up? No connection with this incident. That's not quite accurate. Pardon? You do have a connection to this case, even if you yourself don't realize it. I found a note by the body of the Blue Blood who took Sosuke captive. It read, M. Ikaria. This was one of the men who attacked my son, and imagine a note with his name is the least of what you found. They've never been after your son, not once. It's always been about capturing Sosuke, and Makoto's just been in the sea's crossfire. Which Sosuke knows, which explains his reluctance to accept the responsibility of guarding Makoto. So I seriously doubt this dead man was interested in Makoto Ikaria. Mireille Ikaria, however, has no relations to the world that dead man lived in. That was decided the day she was born. But you do have a relation to Ren again. Mike Otto mentioned your family was given 1 seat on the board as a show of respect. I take it that's a deception too. You may have let Rennigan go public, but you've never given up control of it. The rest of the board must be your family's puppets. But that doesn't matter. What matters is what Rennigan makes, and the price it charges. Rennigan is best known for the patenting of metformin, a patent which expired years ago. Do we have it? It's not Nirvana, is it? That's a different one. Metformin, okay. A patent which expired years ago. Plenty of other companies make it now, and you control all of them, I assume. And yet the price hasn't gone down. The invisible hand sets price where it will. Sure, but this is your invisible hand. A normal corporation couldn't strong-arm its competitors into keeping prices high. That'd be operating as a cartel. But the reincarnation of the Icaria drug cartel would know exactly how to go about that without getting caught. If that were true, it'd be much easier than you make it out to be. The right email signature, the right package delivered to the right address, the right look. These executive types scare easy when the perceived threat is anything bordering on the physical. Of course, it helps that the end result is we all profit immensely. But yes, metformin is very lucrative. I love that they've actually made like feasible medication names that are close enough to real things to where it feels natural that they're medication. And drugs. What of it? That Dead Man Creek had a brother with expensive tuition and TAD. Type 2 abnormal diabetes? Type 2 abnormal diabetes is a subtype of the autoimmune disorder diabetes, first discovered in the mid-21st century. It is characterized by the body's inability to regulate its own blood glucose levels. While type 1 diabetes is largely due to genetic factors and type 2 diabetes is acquired by poor diet and exercise, type 2A diabetes is mostly believed to result from childhood exposure to specific artificial sweeteners and seemingly cannot be reversed. Exactly which artificial sweeteners contribute to the disease is still not well understood. Nice, this will get me off drinking Diet Pepsi, or Pepsi Max for sure, Jesus Christ. But the disease's increased prevalence in urban food deserts is well documented. The most severe symptoms of TAD can be managed through diet and exercise. But even then, the peripheral neuropathy, deterioration of nerves in the limbs, and overall fatigue can be debilitating. TAD can be treated with a variety of medicines, but the most commonly prescribed is metformin, as it can be ingested as a daily pill rather than injected like many comparable drugs. Okay, and you have the... Oh, Jesus, they must be way more powerful than they appear, just for the fact that they are going to have a monopoly on not only an insulin, but also a drug. I wonder if, like one of the most popular drugs, I wonder if they also are the cause of the sweetener spreading, create a captive user base. I could definitely see that being a thing. You learn internally that it causes this type of diabetes, and you intentionally spread it everywhere so that you have a captive audience, and you make the cure for it. Sell the disease and create the cure. The cost of TAD medications is a well-known issue, particularly in urban communities with high youth populations. While Rennigan's original patent on metformin has expired, and there are generic versions of the medication freely available, prices remain high, even for drugs produced by direct competitors, for reasons that remain unclear. I don't think they're very unclear. Rennigan has maintained that metformin is sold at the proper market value, and has suggested that state-mandated quality control processes are to blame for the inflated costs that drug manufacturers are forced to pass on to consumers. Users also frequently search for tingling sensations fingers why, how to get health insurance, and what does health insurance actually even do? That last one makes me think they're in America. He'll need metformin for the rest of his life. And he really ought to choose the proper insurance plan, don't you think? I don't get the impression that family member coverage is a benefit the Blue Bloods offer. I suppose even the Mob Act has its limits. Yes, one could find the name of Emmy Karya in relation to the Renegade board if they looked hard enough. So you think this Creek individual was going to threaten me? Come up to me on the street with a knife, a gun? He wouldn't get within 100 meters. I don't doubt that. Now the rest of this is speculation, but he might have just wanted to contact you. Interesting. That would have been even less likely to succeed. So you truly don't care that his brother needs this medicine? Sosuke is like a brother to you, and you've gone out of your way to try to help him, even when you stand to gain nothing from it. Yes, but I wouldn't expect my enemies to be impressed by the effort. How would you feel if they laughed at your effort? My apologies, new android, still adapting to conversation. You know what we sold back before Renegade? Before the facade of nobility, back when we were the Karya cartel? Opioids? Yes, it was still illegal back then. But not for everyone. Take the exact same compounds, put them in an extended release pill and sell it at the pharmacy? And that's just pain management. Okay, well, I was thinking you were gonna do like meth, but whatever. I thought it was gonna be ADHD medication. Fucking hell, man. It's all the same poison, equally addictive whether you get it from a dealer or a doctor, but it's true, it's not opioids. Meth is not opioids. Have you ever seen someone go through opioid withdrawal? Like taking a wine opener to your stomach for 7 days straight, they testified. Pain like that eats people alive, slowly, and replaces them with something unrecognizable. A loving parent would steal from their own child if they thought it could buy them release from that kind of pain. Painkillers, what a joke. Does Renegade produce painkillers? No, we do not. People die if they don't get the medicine they need, and I'm sure their family mourns them. But addicts die a little more every day of their life until the day they finally fade out forever. And their family feels disgusted with themselves for breathing a sigh of relief. For reasons I won't get into, this is extremely relatable. And well written. Plenty of kinds of evil in this world, little girl. Plenty to choose from. For real people like us, if you don't choose, the choice is made for you. Now wipe that look off your face and access the following address. Renegade main financing, prescription financing options, out of pocket, apply. I love that they actually have what looks like a reasonable SQL query. You have that memorized? But this portal is not listed or linked to anywhere on the site. I know, but it still works fine. By law, we have to have it, but we can't be blamed if the website is poorly designed. If you know any despondent crybaby college students looking for coupons to help pay for medication, they might want to start there. Thank you. Unforeseen side effects reveal a hidden connection between warring parties. Nice. Love to see that. Don't thank me. Don't. I can't stand it. Just save Sosuke's life. Bosuke. Don't know how you pulled that off. Adonai? They do consistently refer to themselves as a house. Perhaps they simply value family more than you think. And there, I think I'm gonna cut it. I think that's a good break point, and I'm getting hungry. I was already hungry when the stream started, and I streamed for 4 hours. So I am going to call it there. What an interesting little family we've got there, right? Aren't they a happy, loving family? You could say. If the quality of the cases keep going up like this is gonna be the best like story ever by the time you get to the final episode for sure. This is insanely good. But for once, because someone I care for is online, I'm gonna raid Psych. And I will see you next time. I just realized I initiated a raid with the Chatterino plugin, and I can't actually finish the raid on the Chat Arena plugin. I need to go to my channel first. But it's been fun. I don't know if I'll be back tomorrow. I think my voice is kind of dying a little bit from narrating for 4 or 5 hours every day. So maybe I'll, what's it called? Leave it for now. But I will be back soon enough. Actually, it's Wednesday. I'm gonna be out Friday, and I don't work Saturdays. Okay, either I'll be here tomorrow, or I'm here Saturday, or both. We'll see. I just really want to finish the episode. Do you think I can do it in 2 streams? Hopefully. Anyway, goodbye, friends, nerds.